Congratulations, you won.
I fucked up and somehow managed to mess up my dock, so I don't see my Twitch chat at the moment. Give me a second to figure out how to unfuck this. Welcome. Today, I'm here to suck out your soul. Or that's at least what the job listing said. They didn't really explain all too well what I was doing. So surely that's what we're doing, right? Yeah. Surely it's fine, right? Whatever. Wow! Oh, chat's all fucked up. Hold on. Chat's better. You got better. And then let me, I realize I don't have my light on my face. I have to have my blindingly bright flashlight on my face for my face to work properly. 1 second. There, my face works now. Hello. Welcome. Today I was told that I had to suck out people's souls. They didn't really explain past that. So surely it's like, I don't know. It's easy, right? It's easy, right? Smash. Bro would literally smash death. Bro would look death in the eye and say, yeah, I'm hitting that. And I will with my car. Yeah, who up reaping they grim right now? Eggy guy, thank you for the follow. You wouldn't? Depends. Depends. What instance of death are we talking about? What are we thinking, you know? I got a Mango Loco. No. Ultra Fiesta Mango. Ultra Fiesta Mango Monster. I went to the store to ask to get a monster. And on the way back, this guy asked me if I smoke, and I said no. And then he asked me if I had a lighter, and I said no. And then he asked me if I had $1, and I said no. And then he kept walking the same direction as me. Nothing happened, but I was very much like, dude really wanted his fucking light. He was like, okay, but like, do you smoke? No. You gotta light. No. Do you have $1 for me to have a lighter? No. No. Should have taken him in and given him a warm meal. Like, to the gas station? Do you got $2? No, I don't. I don't have $1. I don't have $2. Yeah. Sorry. I would fuck death, though. Depending on the instance. I don't think I would, like, woohoo the Sims 4 death. Like the Grim Reaper there. But I don't know. Like Grim? From the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? I would fuck that guy. Do you have $3? No. 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 Listen, if somebody walks up to me and asks me for $1 and I say I don't have cash and they're like, I take card, I'm fucking losing my damn mind. I would lose my fucking mind. Holy shit, I would lose my mind. I'd be going crazy in that moment. I'd be like, what are we doing here? It's like when I was at the grocery store and I walked out and there was Girl Scouts. And they were selling cookies. And I have a very, very soft spot for Thin Mints. And they're like, hey, you want some cookies? And I'm like, boy, do I want some cookies. I do, in fact, want some cookies. And I was kind of like, no, you know, I would. I just don't have any cash on me. And they pull out a Square Eater. And they're like, we take cards. It's like, fuck! They've evolved. They've evolved. I remember selling, like, when I was a scout, selling things outside of a store. We had a little lunchbox full of single bills. And if somebody didn't, we're just like, oh, thanks anyway. But they would have us guilt. They would have us guilt the people. They were like, when you remember, you have to thank them, even if they say no, or even if they ignore you, you have to thank them. And I remember they told us, but sound sad about it. Sound sad while you do it. And so we'd be like, hi, do you want to buy some, you know, like, hey, do you want to buy some cookies? And they'd walk by and they ignore us, right? And they would go, we go, thanks anyway. We were literally told by our scout leaders to guilt them. I was like 6 years old doing like emotional warfare on people trying to sell things outside of a fucking Walmart. What are they teaching us? So Boy Scouts sold popcorn and Girl Scouts sold cookies. The popcorn isn't nearly as good as the Girl Scout cookies. Yeah, 100 IQ pyramid scheme by those organizers. Yeah, because now you've known that you've made a kid sad. And you're gonna come back and be like, damn, I gotta buy cookies next time. I gotta buy popcorn next time. I can't just sit here and live with myself knowing that I told them no and made them sad. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, guys, can I have 5 gift subs? Oh man, that'd be crazy. No? Thanks anyways. See, they taught me well. Wait until the USA gets a digital currency. Any phone could be used to pay for stuff. Huh? That's a thing that we have already. Chill. You missed the story. I wasn't just begging for subs. There was a story attached there. What do kids even sell? So the Girl Scouts still sell cookies. The Boy Scouts still sell popcorn. And when I was in school, I also had to sell, I was on a dance team. I had to sell candy bars. We had like an annual fee to be on the dance team. It was like maybe like 200-ish, I think. And it was because we had to get our uniforms tailored, and we had to get I did like flag stuff, like marching stuff. And so we had to get new flags, and so I had to sell candy bars, world's finest candy bars. I remember I took them to school. I took them to school because I was going into middle school, right? I took them to my elementary school, and after school, I'd be swarmed by like 3rd graders all wanting candy bars. Vamp Sim, welcome, thank you for the follow. Have you ever had someone slam the door? I don't go door to door. So that was kind of part of it, was they wanted you to go door to door, right? And I just didn't. I didn't enjoy it. I thought it was the worst thing. I'm a very anxious person. I don't do well with people, strangers in general. We also had like those fundraisers where like your school was like expecting you to sell random things like candles and like home decor and like kitchen utensils and stuff. And if you sold a certain amount, then you would get like really shitty prizes. So I remember one year they had a quote unquote cell phone, and it was basically just like a calculator almost, and it was basically a walkie-talkie. And I was like, if I sell $500 worth of stuff, they will give me a cell phone. And my parents were like, that's not how that works. That's not, they're not going to give you a cell phone. It's not going to be like that. And I'm like, no, it's okay. I got this shit. I think I sold maybe like $20 worth of stuff. The phone! What do you mean the phone? Is that your contribution to the phone? Child labor for shitty prizes. Exactly. I don't know what these fundraisers were all about. I don't understand why we were having kids going to random people's doors to sell things, but it's a thing that was happening. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's see. The choir literally chipped in for our 2 major trips to Disney World in New York out of pity. That's fucking brutal. Wait, why did the choir have so much money to give to you? Why did the choir have so much? Versus like, oh, the choir had monopoly on selling candy, and the band had to sell magazines. That's actually insane. That is insane. When I was in high school, we had for a couple of my classes, couple of my thing, what was it? My fun, like my clubs, we would sell, kind of like treat packs, kind of. So it would be a big bag of stuff that you could sell. And then you would, inside of it was like brownies and like chips and cookies. And the brownies and the cookies always went really fucking fast. Nobody bought the fucking like cheddar chips that were in the bag. So you would have like, here's your 10 bags, 20 items each. Sell these over the next couple of months, right? Sell these, right? And so you'd sell them and you'd be left with like 30 of these chips nobody wants. And you're like, well, I don't know what to fucking do with these. I can't eat them myself. I don't want to pay for them. They're not even that good. But the cookies and the brownies sold fucking immediately. Now I have like 30 chips I don't know what to fucking do with. Oh, here's child labor. Yeah, we're talking about like fundraisers. And it started with talking about Girl Scout cookies. Can I have my soul back? It's the one piece of me that's not broken. The one piece? Is that what it is? It's your soul? Quick, somebody call the anime man. We figured out what the one piece is. No, you can't have it back. It's mine now. When inflation goes up, sell them. The shitty chips were not worth keeping. They were not worth keeping. Thank you for the stretch. Oh. Vinny got on me. He was like, you need to stretch better when you're doing your stretch redeem. And I was like, okay. He left. Vinny is no longer at my house. It's empty. I mean, Carrie's is still here, but like, it's empty. But were the shitty chips worth stealing? No, they were not. No, they were not. A report is saying you took the wrong soul today. This is your first wrong. Don't do it again. Well, maybe they should have thought about that before they let me have their soul. I mean, like, they had to sign it over. So, isn't the dog still around? I mean, yeah, the dog's still around. He's here. Abraham. I don't know why he growled when I called his name. But he's fine. He's here. The Grim Reaper is really just a farmer. First time chat. What do you look for in a man? Willing to sacrifice his blood for me. Willing to give me 95% of his paycheck right now in Twitch subs. That would be so hot. Vinny did like the pie. I surprisingly like the pie, actually. I don't like pecan pie, but I actually enjoyed it. I was surprised that I liked it so much, considering, like, that has never been a flavor of pie that I've enjoyed. So I was pretty happy with it. Like, for me to make a pie of a type that I don't like, and to like it enough that I had not one, but 2 slices, I was pretty proud of myself. You can have my blood, but I have no paycheck. Sorry, I can't have one without the other. You can have whatever's in my pockets. These pants don't have pockets. What the fuck, man? Type O, by the way. So I donated blood mainly because I wanted to know what blood type I was, and there really isn't a good way to know what blood type you are in the US unless you donate blood and they tell you what type you have. They don't just do blood tests, like blood type testing, just for no reason. Yeah, I like to tell the joke that I'm so sad, even my blood tells me to be positive. Yeah! Yeah! OT4GL and the Red Laker, thank you for the follows. I don't like this playlist. I've been having a really bad time with... I want silly Halloween music. I don't like this, like... I want the silliness. I want the silliness, dude. Let's see. This will have to do. Spooky, scary skeletons send shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul and steal your doom tonight. Pill time. Yeah!
Let's get a good stretch.
Thank you for the pill shake. Oof, I do. My back has been like, oh, this. I got a new mattress, okay? I got a new mattress. I'm not a fan. So, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you so much. I got a new mattress, and I am unfortunately not a fan of it. It's so soft. They said this was a medium firm. This thing, I sink into it. If you sit on the edge, you can feel the frame. And it's a 10-inch mattress. It's a 10-inch thick mattress, and I can feel the frame through the mattress. That's not fair. That's not a medium firm. That's soft as shit. What the fuck? So, I'm hoping that I can do like a customer satisfaction thing to be like, hey, you said it was on the firmer side. It's not. I don't like it. I sink into it. I was told not to sink into the cum, but to come into the sink. And I'm sinking into the cum, and I'm not enjoying this. Princess in the Pea moment. Not even that. Did you test it before buying it? No, I bought it online because, I don't know, it's just... Hi, Silas, hi! Thank you for the sub! Hello, hello, Hype Train! Let's go! Yeah, I bought a mattress online, and I know that we're like, duh, test the mattress, right? But, I don't know. I was just like, yeah, it's like my old one, and it's a medium firm, and, you know, surely it's fine. They were also supposed to give me free pillows. They didn't send me the free pillows with the mattress. So I'm using my old pillows, and they're fine, but I kind of wanted my free pillows. So I'm gonna contact the company and be like, hey, you didn't give me free pillows, and also this mattress sucks ass. Can I just have a refund at this point? I think the Reaper uses hedge clippers for smaller soles instead of a scythe. He probably uses, like, toenail clippers. If you're gonna get your soul reaped with toenail clippers, yeah. The issue is medium firm doesn't mean anything specific. I know. But I figured, like, there's some sort of standard. I feel like if you're sinking into the mattress so much that you're touching the frame, you wouldn't label that as firm or anything. Add a redeem to make you take the nut pills. No, they're sealed, and I'm not opening them. Also, what am I gonna be doing with that? What does that serve to me? What does that serve to me? That offers me nothing. Mattresses also say they are the most comfortable mattresses in the world. I mean, yes, that's true. True. Hello, welcome. Bella, welcome. The best night's sleep I ever got was passed out drunk on the bench in the woods. I slept on the floor of my bathroom for like half of last night, and I can't say I recommend passing out drunk on the floor of your bathroom for any duration of time. It's not enjoyable. Not great. Thank you for the follow, Celebella. Thank you. I'll give you -$5 to do that. Bitch, what the fuck? So you're expecting me to give you $5 and also take cum pills? For what purpose? What do you gain out of this, and what do I gain out of this? You gain $5, apparently. I gain nothing. I lose everything. I love my bed, but damn, my hardwood floor is comfy. I'm good. I'll pass. I pass. Yeah. You hate the auto emote? I know, the little weird creepy guy. You gain the boost of cum. Do I? What am I doing with that? Oh boy. More nut to clean. What's the point? It's all going in a tissue anyway at the end of the day. What's the point? The cum pills whispering to me like the Green Goblin mask. What? What is that? Let me go check this shit out. What'd you do? Thank you for the 30. What the fuck? Why? Picks you up and shakes you. Swings you around a little bit. Why? For what purpose? Thank you for the 30. Thank you. You never watched Spider-Man? I have watched Spider-Man. Of course I have. No, I get the reference. Aren't they expired? They are. They expired in March. So, yeah. Yeah. I'll add an extra -$5 for you to take the pills. Why am I paying you guys money? Hey, 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 why am I paying you money for me to take pills? Hi, Mox, hi. Hello, hello. They're trying to make me take my cum pills, and I keep telling them no. And I don't know where to go from here. Medieval. That name sounds familiar. What is it? Yes, this old PlayStation game. Yes, yes. I've seen this. Visual style is fantastic. I hope you had a good stream. Here, let me zoom out. Hold on, but not make my tail smaller. Hello, Raiders! It's a pleasure to meet you. If you're new here, my name is Six. I'm a rabbit feral test subject locked behind bars for your safety. Today, I'm the Grim Reaper that's here to suck your soul or something like that. I don't really know. The job listing didn't exactly explain what I was doing properly. I saw suck and I signed up. But, yeah, if you want to hand over your souls, that would be really... Well, this is awkward. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? If you need a raider on Mox, I totally understand. If you want to stick around, that's also chill and take care of your community, or I'll scare them away. Either way, it's a win. Don't bald me either. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. My hoodie has a hole in it. Yeah, because it's attached to my head. It's attached. That's okay. I'll cover it up in a minute. I'll cover up. I showed you guys my hole. Stop it! Stop it! Why? 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 This is not Gritty Goose, dude. This is anti-Gritty Goose, dude. I'm taking the goose away. You don't get him anymore. You don't get the goose anymore. Say goodbye to the fucking goose. This fucking sucks, dude. This
nice car.
Fucking sucks. Don't riz that! Don't riz that! Don't riz that! What are you doing? Yippee! Please not on my feet. You gotta pay way more than whatever you're offering. What is your offer? Smash. Is this where we're at? Are we just using me as a butt plug again? Is this what we're doing? Minus 50. Stop taking my money! I need that! I need that! I need that! Infinite IKEA workers? Wait, do they have like a specific look? Huh? He's poking my eye. Stop taking my money! I need that shit! How else am I gonna buy more toys? How am I gonna buy Monster Energy drinks if I'm fucking broke, dude? I went to the store today, I bought two. I bought 2 monsters today. I got Ultra Fiesta Mango, and I got... I forget what the other one was. I wanted Ultra Paradise, but one of them had busted open and had spilled all over the other ones. Infinite IKEA workers, but you have to pay them. What are they gonna do for me? The Wokler. That's good, that's good. I'll pay you 2 cents, a white monster, an industrial-sized truck of Viagra. I don't care about the Viagra. White monster is only okay, and there's probably a penny under my bed somewhere. So, you know what? Your offer, kinda missing. I don't know. Maybe make it an industrial-sized truck of Monster, 2 Viagra, and $1 million. But you could sell it? I'm not gonna sell Viagra. Unlimited Draco, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I'm not gonna sell Viagra. I feel like I would get in trouble. 2-bit, final offer. Facalord, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. What's your favorite monster flavor? Ultra Vice Guava. I also like Ultra Fiesta Mango. I also like Ultra Paradise. I also like Ultra Blue Hawaiian. I also like Ultra Strawberry Dreams. What color is that? It's like the tealish one with the pink rim. That one's good. Drink. Hi, Erase. Thank you for the drink. Listen to KSI. Unironically, I listened to Thick of It. Literally yesterday. I listened to part of Thick of It. Can I just say, the song isn't that bad. Like, it's not good. I wouldn't say that it's like great, but like it's not that bad. It's not like I've definitely heard way worse music. So it's very funny to me, just the idea of how like, really, this is the worst fucking song ever. This is the worst fucking song ever. I listen, like, it's inoffensive at best. Like, it's fine. It's fine. Holy shit, that's expensive. Are you looking like a 12 pack or something? I mean, they're the same flavor. I mean, the same price as if you're getting them a single. So, Viagra dealer. Yeah, I'm dealing Viagra on the side, apparently. Apparently, we're gonna be drug kingpins, and what we're selling is, I don't know, my excess supply of ibuprofen. Basically, we're gonna open up a pharmacy. Waiting on my lifetime supply of Monster. When were you promised that? Are you owned? Oh, what do you mean owned? What do you mean owned? Would snorting Viagra work faster or slower? I don't know. I don't know. I would imagine it might work faster, but I don't think it would be good. It worked slower, and don't ask me how I know. Hey, how do you know that? Just wondering, how do you know that? Did you snort the Viagra? I don't think you should do that. It was college, all right? And it wasn't me. Are they still alive? Did they die? Are they okay? Sure, buddy. No, he's still alive and he's in jail. I have so many more questions now. Are these two things related? Are they related? Don't snort Viagra. You'll immediately get thrown in jail. I tried snorting Viagra and it stuck to the back of my nose and burned like hell because I was congested. Wait, so you were congested? And so you decided to snort Viagra? What is the thought process here? Or was there no thought process here? Do you think snorting the Viagra changed him? Keyword tried. Why'd you try? I see that there was no thought. I could have guessed that there was no thought put into this. Why did you try to snort Viagra? 1, and 2, why try when you're congested? You can barely even breathe properly. Snorting the Viagra caused him to serve hard time. I had no water. What? You had no water, wanted to take Viagra. Instead of like dry swallowing the pill, you decide, or taking it with food, you decided to snort it. I'm not the smartest, bruv. You said it, not me. What the fuck? What I come in on?
Keep your posture straight.
Viagra and snorting it, apparently. Swallow shaming ain't cool. Shut up. Shut up. Oh. Everyone knows if you don't have water or swallow a pill, you snort it. No. I'd rather you stick it up your ass. Holy shit. Oh my god. Hi, Nick. Hello. Putting our applesauce is great for taking pills. That's how I used to take my medicine as a kid because I couldn't swallow pills. I literally would chew up food and then just like stick it in like the chewed up food. Because I had a hard time when I was growing up too. That was kind of the way I got around it, was just sticking it in chewed up food. And like, at first it's kind of a mental block because you're like, oh, there's something solid in it, but your mouth can't really tell a difference as long as you like stick it in the chewed up food and then you're fine. Can't you just swallow the pill without water? I can't. I can't dry swallow pills. Anal injected Viagra sounds very diabolical. Don't call it anal injected Viagra. That's so much worse than what I was even insinuating. Like, that makes it so much worse. So much worse. Either way, after I snorted, I sneezed Viagra dust everywhere, like 30 seconds later. Rightfully so. Yeah, rightfully so. I just raw dog pills, shove a mouthful of vitamins, and glug them all down with water. I take 3 gummy vitamins and 4 pills a day. And 2 of my 4 pills are very large and 2 are very small. So they're kind of hard for me to just throw in my mouth because I'll feel the large ones kind of in the back of my throat. And then I have the gummies. Did you guys know that iron gummies taste like metal? Never would have guessed. If you get iron gummies, they just taste like licking a pole. I'm now banned from my dorm's Viagra stash. I'm not going to question why you have a dorm-wide Viagra stash. Anal Viagra might get to working before the pill even activates. Iron tastes like metal? I know, right? I know. Fascinating concept. Fascinating concept. I learned that. Because I had to start taking iron pills. And I was like, wow, metal. I took my red pills. Yay. I actually forgot to take my pill last stream. And the stream before that. I'm so behind in pills. One of these days, one of you is gonna have more pills than me. And I'm the one who's always here. So surely I should always have the amount of pills. Someone found the only good hiding spot for Viagra/condoms. Fascinating. Fascinating. You can just stash condoms in, like, your sock drawer. Or something like that. Or just have them out in the open and say, fuck it, who cares? Who cares? Walk in my room, bam! Dresser top full of condoms. Yeah, why do you need a hiding spot? Thanks for reminding me to take my meds. Good. Do that. Your Christian university because tuition is cheap. Understandable. I'm a big fan of I'm a fan from Brazil. Say something for my country. Brazil mentioned! I don't know what to say. You put me on the spot. Keep Magnum condoms out in the open and hide the real ones. Holy shit. Devious. Oh my god, I should have done that when I was in college. Just walk in, there's condoms everywhere. They're the real fucking big ones. The real big condoms. Meanwhile, I hide my little teeny tiny my small dick. Universities prepare you bareback. No, they just don't want you to have sex. They're just like, no, sex, you'll die. You will have sex, you will get pregnant, and you will die. Yeah. Or something like that. That's how Mean Girls told me that happens. You get pregnant and then die. And I don't want to die. So guys, please don't get me pregnant. I can't hold hands or anything, you know? Get smited on the spot. Exactly. What are you guys' thoughts on Mpreg, by the way? I just wanted to know. I have an idea. And I want to... Hi, Carius. Hello. Why are you a wizard? I'm a Grim Reaper, you fucking... I'm a Grim Reaper. I have the scythe. I remember watching a movie where the main character thought if he ejaculated, he died because of the trauma his mom instilled onto him. But that's true. If you ejaculate, you die. Looks like a wizard staff. I'm literally not. Look what you've done, Carius. Look what you have fucking done.
Nice cock.
It's a scythe. It's a whole ass scythe. That's a fucking scythe. That's a scythe. It's got a blade. It's a scythe. Wizards can hold scythes. You're next. You're next. Oh, my VTube studio, like, freaked out for a sec. You're next. You're next. Stabs could have blades. Carius, sleep with your door locked tonight. Skitty, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Keep your door locked tonight. Does anybody that came from Carius's raid not know who I am? It would be really, I want someone to not know who I am. I think that'd be really funny. I think that'd be really funny. I know you know who I am, Road! You too, Omega! I know you know! I've never met you. Hi, if you're new here, my name is Six. I'm a rapid feral test up the behind bars for your safety. I'm Carius's roommate. We live in the same house. Carius, come here. Get in here. Get in here, buddy. Can you repeat that? No. No, I can't, actually. I'm only allowed to say it once. Ever. Hi, my name's 6VTuber. Hi, I'm 6. I'm a rabbit feral test up with locked behind bars for your safety. Today I was given the job as a Grim Reaper.
I'm Carius.
Hi.
Hi, Carius chat.
Hi, Carius.
Hi, Carius chat. We just got done talking a minute ago, but I'm back. You thought you could get rid of me.
They were probably celebrating.
They were probably cheering. They were like, finally!
Like, yay!
Carius is gone!
We can finally get rid of this guy.
We can finally fucking kill and eat this guy.
Eat?
He's got so many calories on him. Yeah, I'm the samurai guy. I be cutting up random people for no reason.
Oh, yeah.
I got a new katana. I got to test
They
it on
did
this
that.
homeless
They
guy.
did that.
They did do that.
They did do that.
They would get a new katana from the blacksmith or whatever, and then they'd be like, that homeless man looks like nobody's gonna miss him. And I've got a sword that needs testing, so...
They would go kill him.
Then they just go kill him.
Yeah.
They would just walk around at night and kill people for no fucking reason. Because they got a sword to test. I guess that's the reason.
Natsuda, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you.
Does anybody else love murdering peasants?
Are you Carius's roommate, or is Carius your roommate? He pays more rent than I do.
That's true. So I think that means he's my roommate. Rather than the other way, I think. How does it work?
I'm kind of the maid.
That's true.
I clean everything.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, that's my share.
Made in the fucking wizard outfit.
I'm not in a wizard outfit!
He's a wizard. Guys, check out this wizard.
Oh my god. Omega, you want clickies? Omega wants clickies.
What does that mean? Ah, I see.
Good job, Omega. Good job. Good job redeeming, Omega. Good job. Good job. You want to do it?
Yeah. Here you go. Good job, buddy. Good job. Well done.
I know I'm awesome.
I'm pretty fucking awesome. Pretty fucking cool.
Do not charge femboys rent.
We're both femboys.
Then how else are we supposed to live
We
here?
can't pay rent then? Or wait, or like you gotta take that up with our landlord if you think we shouldn't be paying rent.
I also don't think we should be paying rent.
Don't blow up, carry us later. I'm actually invulnerable.
I'm gonna like inflate you.
No, I'm invulnerable.
You ever heard of cumflation?
I'm leaving now.
Bye!
Have a good stream, buddy.
Bye bye! What if I just like attached a hose to his belly button and like just turned it on and he like got really big and round? Your manager should give you both an exemption. I agree. I agree. I think that we provide so much value to this community. I scream really loud and he also screams really loud. We apparently, so according to Vinny, when I was streaming in the kitchen last time, he was like, yeah, the second that I got into the hallway, I could hear you. And I was like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. So now I know what 6's search history is. Heh. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Pyrocynical will show up to that one. The impotence beam. You're gonna make me sterile? They already took my balls. What more do you want from me? What are you gonna do to me? What are you gonna do that they already haven't done to me? Sag. I mean, yeah, Portland is like the gayest city ever. I'm trying to think of any other cities I've been to that have been remotely gay, but I can't. And like LA in general, but LA kind of has everything, you know? No balls, no bitches, probably no butthole either since this guy feeds on radiation. I'm not radioactive! Everybody always thinks I'm radioactive! My Oshi mark is not the radioactive symbol, it's the biohazard! I just have rabies and like 14 other diseases! I'm a problem! Like a good spanking is in order. I don't have any valid reasonable figure it out or something. Keep your nasty hands away from me. I'm not radioactive! I'm not Imagine Dragons radioactive! I feel it in my bones. Enough to make my system blow. Radioactive. That's awful. That's awful. Rabies explains the lack of showers. I'll have you know I showered at least once this month. And I slept on the floor of my bathroom last night. So, I think I'm doing better than most people would in this situation. Yippee! But all radioactive people say, no, no, no. Shower is basically decorative at this point. I showed a couple people my shower earlier. And when I was in a call, and they were like, damn, crazy shit, that's a shower. And I'm like, yeah, it is. And they're like, it's a decent sized shower. I'm like, yeah, it is. It works. Why are you on the floor? Was it comfy? I was drunk, and no, it was not comfortable. It was not comfortable. No, 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 no. Maybe sleep in the bathtub instead to kill 2 birds, 1 bone. I don't have a bathtub in my shower. Mine's just a shower. What's your drink of choice? I had some Trulies. I had too many Trulies, and because of circumstances, I was not focused on myself, and I didn't drink, like, any fucking water. So I woke up on the floor, still kind of spinning, my head hurt, and I was like, this sucks. This sucks, man. Everywhere is comfy if you're drunk enough. Nuh-uh. Maybe I'm just, like, getting to an age where I'm like, I can't just pass out and, like, hunched over and being fine. My back hurt. My back hurt really bad. You tried one of the brutally slop twisted teas? No, I have not. 6 got drunk on Thursday. Just got drunk on Thursday or in a bed. I mean, I'm on vacation right now. I'm on vacation. And Vinny was visiting. Vinny left today. So it was like the last night he was here. So we were like, let's drink and have fun. Yeah. Yeah. So that's partially why. But also, like, I think the whole, like, drinking on a weekday, that's if you're lucky and don't work weekends. I feel like it doesn't matter as long as, like, For me, at least, I have rules about alcohol, right? One of them being I don't drink on work nights. So, like, my weekend is Monday, Tuesday. I have Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays off. That's why I stream Monday, Fridays. My Friday is Sunday. So me drinking on a Monday is me drinking on a Saturday. So, you know, it is what it is. My dorm shower is so small, I have to stick my arm out of the shower to put my arms above shoulder level. Damn, that sucks. Hello, Mr. Chuchi? They're kind of like Mr. Coochie. Or am I just being mean at this point? Nevin, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Huge hands, Vinny. Yeah, he showed you again. He showed you his big ol' hands. This dude voluntarily chose to deal with chat on his vacation. I mean, vacation from work. I mean, this isn't like... Streaming isn't... I wouldn't say streaming is my job. But I honestly... The amount of time I put into it, you know? What is the bronze ring on the Reaper fit? You ever heard of Magic Earring Ken? It's kind of like that. Chuchi. Oh, okay. Sorry if I said that wrong. We must get Six the Brat to join the Helldivers and spread democracy. I think I'll pass. I'll pass. Magic Earring Ken. Ken, the doll. Hi, Hitip, hello. My laptop would explode if I tried to play Helldivers. My computer would be fine. I have Helldivers because Carius has Helldivers and we're in a Steam family together. But, like, I don't know. Helldivers has never been a game that appeals to me. It's like, it's hard to explain, I think, the kinds of games that appeal to me because I feel like not many do, I guess. Here, let's see. If I open up my Steam, right? If I open up my Steam, hello, Kaiser, welcome. Thank you for the follow. If I open up my Steam, we can see the games that I have purchased in the past, like, year. And, like, it's, like, 2 games. We heli diving? No, we're not hell diving. No. What part of Helldivers 2 do you not like? I don't know. The gameplay just doesn't appeal to me. I don't know how to explain how, like, that game does not look like a game that I would play. It's like saying, like, oh, what about, like, Call of Duty don't you like? I don't know all of it. What about Animal Crossing? I do like Animal Crossing. Everything that I play is very, like, cutesy. I like puzzle games. I like, I don't know, like deck builder, roguelike type stuff. That's the kind of things that I play. I like visual novels. Have you played Cult of the Lamb? So I actually own Cult of the Lamb, and I planned on playing it on stream, and then I never did. I should do that. I just never did. The games that I play on stream, I tend to do, like, I don't know, either a special event kind of thing, or I'll play, like, something that's like, oh, this game just came out, it's doing really well, I'm very interested in it, I'm gonna play it. Kind of like how when I played No, I'm Not a Human. I was like, this game is doing really well, it just came out, a lot of people are saying that they like it, I'm gonna give it a shot, it looks like something that I would like, and I did like it a lot. So it worked out really, really well for me. And I enjoyed it a lot. But I feel like I got kind of, in a way, streamers pigeonhole themselves. And that was kind of something that I did as well, which was when I was pushing really hard to apply to partner, I was like, if I can stay in the just chatting category, I'm going to have more success overall. But I also, like, I don't know, I stopped playing a lot of games around that time. If you actually look at my Twitch history, right, I would do just chatting streams, but I would play a lot of games too. I would, like, if I go back a little bit, right, let me see. Just chatting. So, like, it was around, like, June-ish. June of last year was kind of like a big turning point in how I was streaming. I would still yap on stream prior to that, but I played pools. I was playing a lot of Mabinogi. I played some Stardew Valley. I played Fortnite. I was playing games pretty regularly. I played Pokemon. I played Suika Game. I played Minecraft. Before rebranding, I played, like, Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. Splatoon, Amanda the Adventurer. I played Spyro. This was actually after rebranding, now that I realize that. I did a lot. I played a lot of games. And then if you look at my recent, it's like, just chatting, just chatting, just chatting, just chatting. Oh, I played Peak there. Just chatting, just chatting, just chatting. Pico Park. So, I don't play games very often. I want to play Cult of the Lamb sometime soon. I just haven't. Yeah, the sex update was really funny. That was a really fun thing. We raid. Why are you trying to get me to raid somebody? First off, I've only been streaming for like an hour. Second, don't bring up random streamers for no reason. And third, no, I will pick who to raid. Pico Park stream was so long ago. Not really. No way. It was not that long ago. It was in June. Only 4 months ago. In June. Ugh, my nose is so itchy. Ugh. Pico Park 2. Yeah, it was the Pico Park 2 stream. We did Pico Park 2. And it was me and a bunch of other boys. We had like Azzy and Velky and Skella and Ace. Hello, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I want more monster. Yum. Fucking love Monster, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really play games. I want to play more games. Let's see. What games have I bought this year? I don't think I bought it, but I'm pretty sure I was gifted Backpack Battles by Sin. But I have Backpack Battles. That was a game I started playing this year. Peak. Repo. That's it. Those are the only games that I've purchased this year, I'm pretty sure. I kind of also made a point to not really buy games this year. Because I have too many. I have too many games and I'm not playing them enough. So I just kind of, I don't know, like I want to really make use of the games that I have already, but Backpack Battles is fucking hard. Backpack Battles is so fucking good. So fucking good. It's one of my favorite games, honestly. I have an Ultra Fiesta Mango Monster. Strange how the only people I know drink Monsters are femboys. Everybody at my work drinks Monsters, so yeah. You miss your girlfriend, you're going home. What do you mean by this? I mean, of a guy I know who's a coworker, the femboy that's dating a Polish truck driver. Fascinating. I'm not dating a Polish truck driver. Helldivers 2, TF2, Lethal Company, Schedule 1. I see. You got a ton. Yeah, I don't really buy games. What I do is I siphon off of my Steam family. So I played a lot of games this year. Not a lot. I've played a couple games. But like, No, I'm Not a Human. I didn't buy that. That's in Carius's library. That's in Cario's library. This Neurostreamer, am I lost? You're lost. I don't know what you want me to say in regards to that. I don't know. Never heard of the perfectly legal art of pirating. But like, I don't really play games in general. So even then, I'm like, there's no reason for me to. There's no reason for me to. Because any game that I want, I can either pay like the $5 because it's probably a little indie game, or Carius owns it. Thank you for the follow, Mifaku. Six likes puzzle games. They might like Teddy's Haven because of cats. I have a game in my Steam library called Kitty Cat Jigsaw Puzzles. It was something that I got in a Humble Bundle forever ago. And I also have Puppy Dog Jigsaw Puzzles. You could play free bad games on stream. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. It's not that I'm looking for more games to stream. I just don't stream games. I find streaming games much harder for me because, I don't know, the commentating over it is one thing. The fact that you normally have to play them in multiple sessions. If it's a game that I can play in one session, and it's gonna be something easy to talk over, then sure, I'll play it. But very, very, very rarely do I play games. I also only have one monitor, so I kind of have to work with the space that I have. I have a second monitor, but it doesn't fit on my desk properly, and so it's... Mari, thank you for the 5 gifties. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that so much. I read that person's name as Sir Wasteland Jizz. I feel bad. I'm sorry, Sir Wastelands. I'm so sorry that I read that wrong. It's a fantasy cat shop sim. I see. Yeah, I don't know. But I only have one monitor at the moment. Because I have a monitor arm that has a space for a second one, because I was like, I want to lift my monitors off of my desk so I have more space. Because my desk is not small, but at the same time, if 2 monitors takes up a lot of space. I want to get a monitor that I can mount vertically. I have the perfect spot for it to be mounted vertically. The problem is that the monitor I have, the stand is not removable. It doesn't have the standard thing on the back. So I need to get a monitor that can actually hold the monitor. I need a monitor that can actually be put onto a monitor arm. So I'm looking either for like a secondary, like a secondhand one that I can get kind of cheap, or for like a really good sale. There's one that's on sale for like $100, but I'm like, I've bought a lot of stuff recently. I bought a new bed. I got a new bed frame. I had to pay for some medical stuff. I had to get my dog a haircut. So it's like, money. Money. So, yeah. One of these days I'll get a secondary monitor, and then I'll have chat. And then it's awesome. And then I'll have chat on the side. I'll be like, wow, chat, you're actually over here and not over here. You don't need a monitor. If you don't need a monitor, there's no need for it. It's not that it's like, it definitely would improve my desk. But it's not like a necessity. Yeah. Not a necessity. Yeah. But yeah, I got my dog a haircut. Let me show you his haircut. He looks so silly. He looks so silly and cute. So cute. Let me show you this shit. You see my dog. That is a massive fucking picture. Hi, Manfred. Thank you for the Pikachu. Thank you. This is my dog now. He got a haircut. Look at him. That's my baby. That's my baby. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's all round. Whenever he puts his ears down, he looks like Egg. He looks like Egg Dog. What's the dog gonna be for Halloween? That's a good question. I actually have Halloween off. And it's a Friday, so I would be streaming, but I don't know. Oh shit! Oh shit! Grass! Grass! Grass time! Worry not. I got your grass right here. I got your grass. There's your grass. How far into grass are we? 34 minutes. We are 34 minutes into grass. Grass. We can touch it? You could. You could touch it. You could. Yeah. See, okay, I like this playlist, but I don't like this song. This particular song makes me, like, weird. I feel anxious when I listen to this specific song. I don't like it. Can't redeem first? No, unfortunately, you can't. It did go pretty quick. Sometimes I want to redeem first. There have been times I have wanted to redeem first. I'm like, but no, what if there was somebody that was really camping it out and that would have been their first? I can't take that from them. But I've never been first, so I want to be first. Malkin, thank you for the sub. Thank you. The cutest Grim Reaper. Nuh-uh. 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 Take your first streamer. Should I? I'll do it next time. I'll steal it next time. And then you guys are gonna be like, that's so rude. I was gonna get that. And I'll be like, well, we talked about this last time. You said that I could. You said I could. Yeah. Touching grass is a myth perpetuated by the government. Grass isn't real. Grass. I'm not a wizard! I'm not a wizard. I was one last time. I was a wizard last time. But now I'm a Grim Reaper. What about this looks wizardy to you? I'm not wearing a wizard hat. I got a scythe. You can't really see it all too well, but I have a scythe. This is a scythe. Look. Got a big old blade. It's a scythe. It's a scythe. It's for reaping souls. It's for sucking souls. They told me I'd be sucking souls. And I'm still here. War staff. It's not a staff. It's a scythe. Reap these nuts. Would a vet just be like a reaper of nuts? Because they like remove them? Surely that's how that works, right? Bye grass, bye grass, bye bye grass. Surely that's how it works, right? More like a collector. Oh. Okay. What is a tornado's favorite game? Twister. I know that one. The answer's Twister. No, it's a child. A vet? A child killer. I don't think that's... Huh? Ha! The Circumcy Reaper. I'm the Cum Reaper. I'm here to reap your cum. Stops the future. What? That's not how that works. That's not how that works, no. Not how that works. In what way? What, that I'm the Cum Reaper? Is that what you're asking? In what way? What are we asking here? What are we asking? How do you reap cum carefully? The answer to that is carefully. Very carefully. With your mouth. That is also an option. That is also an option. Did I tell you guys about the dick sucking mints? Did I tell you about the dick sucking mints? I don't think I have. Do tell. The what? The dick sucking mints. I have a friend that works in a sex shop. And she came by and was like, hey, I've got these mints. And I'm like, okay. They're for sucking dick. They make your mouth water. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, they're good for dry mouth too. Okay. And I was fascinated. I was curious. So I ate one of the mints. And holy shit. They work really, really well. I was like drooling. I was just like, yeah, I can see why these are dick sucking mints. Do you get a discount on them? I mean, she gave me some. So I just have them. Why were you eating dick? I mean, it's a mint. It's just a mint that makes you salivate. It kind of makes your tongue tingle too. Makes your tongue tingle because it's like activating your salivary glands. So your tongue is tingly, and now you're drooling. It's awesome. It's awesome. I'm like, this goes crazy. Help a brother outlend some? They're not that expensive. Go buy some. I've had someone pop one and use it. Implying anybody here is... Listen, I don't feel like any of us have sex. I don't think any of us have it. They're not like super expensive, so like they're there. You can get them. You can definitely. You could probably look up dick sucking mints. Well, what if I just look up dick sucking mints? Hold on. Let's see. Oh, I have Safe search. Okay, so temporarily. Dick sucking mints. Yes, if you look up dick sucking mints, you get porn videos, but you also get Amazon links to dick sucking mints. Mints to suck dick. Yes, yes, yes. They exist. They exist. They exist. Dick sucking mint and semen pills. Environmental storytelling. I think bro likes to suck dick. What do they have in them to make your mouth water so much? You know what? That's a good question. I'm gonna look at the brand that I have. Let's see. Apparently, for the record, these were not designed for oral sex. It was designed simply to remedy dry mouth and to provide a fun, stimulating oral sensation. Doubt. Doubt. Do these mints work to make it so you give sloppier head? Let's check. What are these made of? How do they work? Spillanthus flower. It's like some flower extract that makes you like drool. Or something like that. I don't know. But they're vegan and they're sugar-free. And they taste good. They actually taste good. So, yeah. Dick sucking mints. Why is he crying? Why am I crying? What is the hotkey to make me cry? I didn't realize I had the hotkey to make me cry turned on. So I'm crying as I'm reading about dick sucking mints. What flavor were they? They're lemon. They're lemon. Yeah. That's where their mouth-watering superpowers come from. Yeah. They knew what they were doing. Yeah, exactly. A bit of citric acid. I mean, yes, they definitely had citric acid in them. Yeah. You want to drool, get rabies. Yeah, yeah, just start foaming. I bet you would give the sloppiest head in that case. The sloppiest head. Yeah. Exactly. Ugh. Oh, my nose. Ugh. Demands that you should hydrate well because it's also a diuretic. Oh man, so you be drooling. And you also be pissing. Damn. Makes all your fluids flow. Damn. Speaking of diuretic, I needed to drink some of my, my monster. Most aggro head ever. Exactly. You're like, yeah, I get the craziest head ever. They got rabies. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So chat. What do you think about the dick sucking mints? I think they're a worthwhile investment. Drooling, pissing, crying. You sure do like fluids. Sometimes I just really gotta drink a monster. Mostly crying. Mostly crying. Yeah, I get head and they be crying the whole time.
Let's get a good stretch.
I be giving head and be crying the whole time. Thank you. Thank you for the stretch. Ah. Feels good. Thank you. I need some so I can help out. Yeah. Yeah. The tears of your enemies are the most villainous lube. Awful. Awful sentence. Why would you say that? Who's sucking who with the mints? Yes. I prefer if the head's so bad they're crying. Something about the enthusiasm, but just not quite meeting the greatness, you know? Is that what you're getting at? You're like, you're so enthusiastic about this, but it's not that great. Ow. Did I, like, hit my thumb last night? My thumb hurts. And I see I have a bruise. Ouchies. Can somebody make it better? Can you fix the bruise, please? Mom, my hand hurts. I just keep reading. I prefer the head so bad they're crying. It's a fucking crazy statement. Crazy statement. Actually crazy statement. When they use teeth, that's when I start crying. Don't use teeth. Don't use teeth unless they're like asking for it. Don't use teeth. Oh god, oh god, oh god. No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No head. No head with teeth. Ugh. Ugh. What if I just like fell asleep on stream? I had a dream about that actually, that I fell asleep on stream and stream was still going. And I was like telling chat, I'm like, guys, I'm sleeping. And then like you guys just kind of were like, what? And then you kept spamming sound effects to try to wake me up and it wasn't working. Thank you, Manfred. Thank you. Thank you for the smoochies. Thank you. I got toothy head once. Penis gone. Gone. Please, bad memories. Let's change the subject then. No more toothy head. Ugh. I realize I still haven't done the October announcements in my Discord server. I need to do that. I'm gonna do that after stream. I've been very, very, very bad about getting some things done. I have to get all of my backlog shit finished before the end of the month. And I'm gonna get all of it fucking finished before the end of the month. Everything. The phone guy. Welcome. Hello. Hello, hello. Welcome to your new job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Guys, I saw the trailer for FNAF 2. I saw the trailer for FNAF 2. FNAF 2, guys. It's real. It's real. It's real. I went and saw the Demon Slayer movie with Vinny because he wanted to see it. I have not seen Demon Slayer. So I'm watching the Demon Slayer movie and I'm like kind of understanding because I watched a like a crash course basically on Demon Slayer. It was like everything you need to know before you watch Infinity Castle, and I was like, yeah, I definitely understand what's going on here. Asumi, thank you for the follow. Welcome. It was good. It was a really pretty movie. It was a really, really pretty movie. I don't know, but I never watched Demon Slayer prior to this, and I was just like, damn, I bet this is crazy, crazy cool if you're attached at all to these characters. Damn, I bet this goes crazy. Missed out on peak. I don't know. So I'm a little hipstery when it comes to anime, and I'm trying not to be that way, right? Because like my issue that I ran into was people would hype things up too much, and then it would just kind of be fine, right? Or you run into a case of people telling me to watch Attack on Titan for like 10 years, and then I finally sit down to watch Attack on Titan, and I don't finish season 1. And it's like, this was very hyped, and the more someone tells me to do something, I feel like, what is the fucking word? It's like pathological demand avoidance or some shit like that. The more someone tells me to do something or watch something, I'm likely not going to. I get kind of annoyed. It's kind of why I've never seen Full Metal Alchemist. It's why I never watched Attack on Titan for like fucking over 10 years. And I don't like that I do it. I don't like that I'm like that because then I do miss out on fun things, right? I do miss out on kind of the hype of Demon Slayer over the years. I do miss out on getting involved with the like a really big ongoing fandom, and I don't want to be like this anymore. I want to enjoy things that are topical because I had a lot of fun in regards to like when Frieren was coming out. I was like, cool, I can actually enjoy this because I'm like watching it while it's coming out. This is cool. I get to actually, you know, be part of like a fandom that is like active and stuff. Same thing with like, I guess this is kind of a deeper pull, but like back when Hunger Games was huge, I was reading the Hunger Games books, and then the movie started coming out, and then they fucking blew the fuck up, and I was like, wow, it's everywhere now, and I get the thing that I like is everywhere. That's really, really cool. But I don't do that enough. And also, I guess it's because I some things I'm just not super into, I guess. I don't know. Like, I didn't really like Attack on Titan, so I was kind of like, damn, that kind of sucks. Like, I mean, from what I've seen of Demon Slayer, you know, I like it, right? And so I'm like, yeah, I want to go watch Demon Slayer, but man, I could have been involved with the Demon Slayer community for years at this point. Yeah, FNAF 2's real. It's like the same as being told to wash the dishes when you were going to wash the dishes. Then you don't want to wash them because you were told. Exactly. It's like, I know that I'm going to do a task, but if you tell me to do the task, then I'm not going to do the task because I don't want to do the task now. I was already planning on doing it, and I suck it. I suck at it so much. It sucks. It sucks. But, yeah, it's like a lot of the big anime over the past couple of years I haven't seen, and I just haven't watched a lot of anime in general. Like, I stopped watching I stopped watching My Hero Academia halfway through season 4. I didn't finish Chainsaw Man. What else has come out recently that's big? I didn't watch Dandadan. I haven't watched One Piece. I'm gonna read One Piece. I'm not gonna watch One Piece. Yeah, I don't want to be like that no more. I might go to the library tomorrow. I think I want to go to the library. Maybe I'll pick out some, like, I like the idea of reading manga. And like that's how I read Tokyo Ghoul. Was my my library had the whole series, so it was nice to go and pick up a couple of them and take them home. And yeah, so we need to do some basic reverse psychology on you, basically to do tasks today. Like what? Like what? I know what you're doing. I know. But your mom keeps calling it My Hero Macadamia. She's so real for that though. She's so real. Is she single? Is your mom single? Can you introduce me to your mom? Yeah, Jujutsu Kaisen, I watched 3 episodes and I was like, it's fine. And then I watched in real time as my brother and my friends were devastated by the ending. So devastated not in a good way. So I was like, yeah, I think I'll pass on that one. Shake the pills. I got you. Pill time. Yay! Yay! Thank you for the pills. You should introduce your mother. Your mom. You should give her my Twitch channel. Be like, hit this guy up. You should read it. Jujutsu Kaisen? I don't know. I know how it ends. It's also one of those things. There's also this problem. This problem with the internet. I talk about this on occasion. The internet does not know how to not fucking spoil things. Holy shit. People will not tag their spoilers. Oh my god. If I cared about JJK, I would have been pissed. Because the day that a chapter would leak, I would see a spoiler. An untagged spoiler. And I'm not even part of that fandom. I would have been pissed. If I was constantly being spoiled by people that were not tagging spoilers in a very unrelated instance. I did not at all engage with the JJK fandom on Twitter. If I opened up Twitter on my very curated account that has nothing to do with JJK and was spoiled for JJK when JJK was coming out and I cared, I'd be pissed. It's fucked. I hate it. You want my soul? You're gonna have to play Hollow Knight Silksong. I haven't even played Hollow Knight and I'm not going to, so... I mean, you should just give me your soul anyway. Yeah. Gotta avoid the whole internet when the manga you like is at an interesting moment. But that's the problem, dudes. You have to read the leaks in order to get, like... You have to read the leaks or else you're gonna be spoiled. But I hate the culture behind leaking shit like this because then you get shitty translation. You'll get shitty day one translation that will mistranslate things, or you just have to read it raw and wonder what the fuck's going on. Capricot, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Drives me insane. Drives me fucking nuts. Have you seen One Piece yet? No. I've read chapter 1 of One Piece. I wonder if my library has One Piece. I'm curious to see. Let's me see. I want to look up if they have One Piece, because if that's the case, I'm going to go tomorrow and I'm going to check them out. One Piece. Holy shit. They do. They do. They have like... So... They have like... Every one of them. Damn. I might just be reading One Piece. That's fucking cool. That's fucking cool. I mean, I'll do it. I'll do it. Can I put it on hold so I can go tomorrow and pick up volume 1? Are they at my location? No! No! It's not here! It's checked out. It's checked out at my location. Fuck! Fuck! Well, no One Piece for me tomorrow. I'll still go grab some manga. I do just like having physical manga on, like, to read. It's very nice. Mods docks his local library. No. One Piece is great, but most notoriously long thing ever.
Let's get a good stretch.
I mean, yeah, I'm fine with that. I don't, you know, I don't mind that. My sister is a fan of One Piece. I would, what is the longest series that I've read? Ah, it feels good. It feels very, very good. I don't know what my longest series I've read was. I did read, like, Dome Kano in, like, 3 days.
Look out!
Huh. Wonder what that was about. Yeah, I read Dome Kano in, like, 3 days. So I'm fine with long series. I don't mind it. It's weird that I just can't vibe with One Piece because of how long it is. No, I get it. I can get that, yeah. Domestic girlfriend, yeah. I'm a domestic girlfriend truther, because you have to look at the lens through the lens of it's a tragedy, not a romance. If you look at it as a tragedy and not a romance, it's peak. A friend who likes Attack on Titan and One Piece anime convinced me to watch Hunter x Hunter. I couldn't believe it was actually good. Hunter x Hunter, okay. I also have this whole thing, right? If a series has been on an indefinite hiatus, for longer than like a year, I will not pick it up. Kind of like Hunter x Hunter. I don't care how good Hunter x Hunter is. I'm not picking it up until it's being published again. I'm not gonna do it. Same thing with, like, I've never read Nana. I want to read Nana, but Nana's never gonna be finished, right? Like, and from what I've heard, it doesn't even, like, have a good place where it kind of stops. It just kind of stops. I don't want to do that to myself, right? I don't want to get attached to a series and like a series a lot, and then I'm like, cool, now I'm in the boat of everybody else that's waiting. Half-Life is another one, right? Yes, we have Half-Life Alyx, but, like, you know, Half-Life 3 has been a meme for so long at this point. I'm not gonna do it, right? I'm not going to. Berserk is kind of the one where I wouldn't probably mind, mainly because he, you know, it didn't just stop for, he died. And from my understanding, kind of the chapter, like the last chapter that he wrote, like, is okay enough. And so I wouldn't mind that. Is Black Clover on an indefinite hiatus? No, I have not read Invincible, no. I'm probably not going to. I'm just gonna stick with watching it. Black Clover was one that I wanted to read, because I tried watching it. Black Clover has a problem that a lot of shonen anime has, and that's, of the, like, 22 minutes, a good, like, 7 of them are recap and intro. So you have your long as fuck recap of the prior episode, but you can't just skip over it, because you'll have the let's say, like, 3-minute recap, and then 30 seconds of new content, and then intro, and then you watch then you watch it, and then there's the outro, and then there's the after credit thing that they have. It is a slog to get through. Oh my god, it's a slog. That's something my eyeballs want to melt in my skull trying to watch Peak, and then it cuts to a whole episode of fillers. Not even fillers! I'm talking just recaps at the beginning of an episode. Yes, I get it, but this is coming out weekly. You don't need to recap the one I saw last week every single fucking time. Every single fucking time. Black Clover's volume 1 of the manga was like 9 to 11 episodes of show. Wait, no way. No way. That's only like volume 1? Was like season 1? No way. That's crazy if that's the case. No wonder it's so fucking drawn out. Oh my god. Because I got probably about 25 episodes in. And I was like, I can't take this anymore. This is fucking... this is a slog. The snooze fest. Nabu, hello. Hello. Welcome, sheeple. Welcome. Attention. There are sheep, and they are invading. I need you all to scream in chat. Scream. Probably what's up? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh! Oh! Ah!
Nice call.
Hello, Raiders. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Six. I'm a rabbit feral test up locked behind bars for your safety. Today, I was told to go suck some souls, and they gave me a big old scythe, and they said go figure it out, and I'm not exactly doing a great job. I thought it would be a lot more sucking and a lot less soul, but it's okay. We're fine. Asirella, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Sheep! What were you up to? How exactly are you sucking souls? I don't know. I'm just not doing a great job, buddy. Do you want me to show you my technique or something? Games and demos. What were you playing? What'd you got on? Well, I only watch shit like Inuyasha. We were talking about anime, actually. Inuyasha was actually one that I've been wanting to watch. But I'll probably read it. We were playing itch.io horror games and then got distracted watching Cafe Base. Real shit. Do you have any good recommendations? I don't play a lot of games, but like I played No, I'm Not a Human. That was really fun. And then I've been wanting to play Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion again. I never actually finished it. Yeah, I never finished it.
Let's get a good stretch.
You love Spookies. Curious, do you want to sit here and play Spookies with me? No, I feel like it wouldn't be as scary. I played Spookies during my first Halloween stream, and I only played it for like 2-ish hours, so I didn't get super far in. But I do remember the beginning, like the little stupid fucking jump scares. But I feel like if I feel like if I have somebody next to me, I'm not gonna be as scared. I want to cry. I want to cry like a baby. Inuyasha is not one that I watched growing up, but my sister did, and I remember she would sneak down in the middle of the night with a VHS tape to record Inuyasha because she wasn't supposed to watch it. I don't know if she actually was not supposed to watch it. I think she just assumed she wasn't allowed to watch it because it was on Adult Swim. So she would record it on a VHS that she stored away in a hollowed out book. I don't know why she did that. That was kind of also the time when you just could watch it on YouTube. It was all uploaded to YouTube anyway. That's how I watched all of Naruto. Yeah, of course, you'll have a good night. I watched all of Naruto. You know, the 3-part anime when they were uploaded on YouTube, and sometimes they were mirrored, and sometimes just part 2 was missing, so you had to watch it in Spanish. That's how I watched Naruto, and that shit was awesome. Me, it's cool. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Watched all of Dragon Ball on YouTube. See, real shit. I miss that era. That era was like... Something about it was so fun, right? Being like, oh, yeah, oh my god, Naruto episode 133, part 2, subbed. You know, KMS, welcome. Thank you for the follow. I think the one thing that I never was like, sometimes I had to resort to the fan dubs because I couldn't. Sometimes they're like, you cannot find it in Spanish, you can't find it in English. Part 3, I'm gonna watch the fan dub, and then you sit there through the fan dub, and it's a bunch of like 12-year-old kids reading the. I'm Rock Lee! Sakura, I love you! Rock Lee, no! And so you'd watch those, you're like, oh, this shit's peak. This shit's peak. Ugh, my gosh, my nose is so itchy. Asirella. Asirella. Or Asirella. Please. Asirella. Asirella. I really hope that I'm saying that right. I'm trying really fucking hard. Have a good night. Have a good night, Nabu. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Eat food. Eat food for me too. And you see Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball's fun. Dragon Ball is really fun. Dragon Ball is also just one of those where it's like they'll spend entire episodes just kind of staring at each other. They'll be in the middle of a fight, and this entire episode is just them staring at each other. When I was a kid, I remember there is a point where one of the main characters like sacrifices themselves and like kind of dies. But you know, in Dragon Ball, death doesn't really matter. But I remember thinking that he was like dead because I didn't quite understand. I remember crying. My mom was like, "Why are you crying?" And I was like, "Vegeta." Carius is just holding my dog in my door ominously. He's chilling though. Wait, hold on. Come back. You take bite? No. I wanted you to hold him like you were, because he was exactly how you were. It's the way the dog is stanced in your arms. It's really funny.
Big bite.
He's so cute.
Wait,
You're taking a bite of my dog?
I take bites.
No. He's gonna bite my dog. Yeah, don't you know a plant that's gonna blow up in 5 minutes takes 14 episodes? Exactly! No! Vegeta is not the worst one to cry over! Vegeta's my goat, dude! I just think I realized really young that I was into Tsunderes. Cause he is. I was like, I like this Vegeta guy. I like him a lot, actually. And then my go-to in like visual novels was like the Tsunderes for a long time. Pulling all nice when I head out early. Good night, Manfred. Thank you for the other M Pikachu. Thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Broly's fine. I don't know. I just really like Vegeta. When I was playing, in different visual novels, the Tsundere tends to be the one that I go for first. So, I do like a good Tsundere. Hi, Coco. Welcome. What are your thoughts about Dragon Ball GT? Never watched it. I never watched it. So, I watched, original Dragon Ball. I don't remember a lot of it. I watched Dragon Ball Z and then Dragon Ball Z Kai as well, because it was airing on TV and stuff on like, I feel like it's on Disney XD. Am I wrong in saying that Dragon Ball Z Kai was on Disney XD? Cartoon Network, maybe. I think it might have been Cartoon. It was on one of those two. I recommend the first several mangas of Black Clover are fun, really well paced. Gotcha. It was Nickelodeon. It was Nickelodeon. Thank you. Yes, I was watching it on Nickelodeon with my brother. Hello, Dark Inugami. Hello. I hope everybody else. I hope all is well. Isn't Dragon Ball GT the one where he like turns into a kid again? What is that about? Why does Goku turn into a kid again? What is the story there? Why is that a thing? I don't know. I don't actually know what Dragon Ball GT is about. I just remember seeing him as a baby. We try not to talk about GT. I like the duality. I love Dragon Ball GT. We don't talk about Dragon Ball GT. Let me ask my brother. Hold on. Is my brother busy? I'm gonna call him and ask. He might answer. I don't think he's answering. He's not answering, guys. He ain't answering. Easier to draw than adult Goku. I guess, yeah. I guess. Dragon Ball Daima is when they turn into babies. What's up with the babyfication of series? Like, why did Total Drama Rama exist? Why do we babyfy things? Why is it a thing? Why do we do that? I don't understand it. It makes no fucking sense to me. I don't get it. Ugh. Ah, my nose is just so bad. Good night, Prowood. Have a good night. Super Saiyan 4 was one of the better things about GT. I didn't even realize there was a Super Saiyan 4. How big can those guys' hair get? How big can they get? I remember watching the My Hero movie, Two Heroes, and at the end, they basically go Super Saiyan, and I sat there and I stared in the theater and was like, no fucking way. Why is Bakugo going Super Saiyan? He literally went Super Saiyan. I was so confused. I was like, why are we doing this? Super Saiyan 4 actually looks far different from the others. Let me look it up. Hold on. Super Saiyan 4. Oh, I didn't realize that this was Super Saiyan 4. Damn, Goku. I see you. He took his Super Saiyan pills that morning. That's true. That's true. He did. He did. He woke up and was like, I will be Super Saiyan today. Ah. You know, I planned on reading scary stories tonight. I have a couple pulled up. If you guys want me to read you a super scary story. Scary story time. You want to listen to some scary stories? Look up scary ambiance. Scary ambiance. Let's look that up. Eternal Drift Haunted Graveyard. Ooh. Ooh. Candy Clown Rex, thank you for the follow. Ooh. This is good. I'm looking at the comments. I love this one. No annoying commercial interruptions to ruin the walk through a haunted forest and cemetery. Do people put this kind of stuff on and just go walk around at night? Is that a thing that they do? Carius is back. Carius arrival. Carius arrival. Carius is back. Carius arrival. Carius is back. Carius arrival. Do you want to put on some spooky ambiance and go walk through a haunted cemetery together? Do you want to go put on some spooky ambiance and walk through a haunted cemetery together? Do you want to go put on some spooky ambiance music and go walk through a haunted cemetery together?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's goated. What the fuck where did you go? You got mail.
Got mail.
Got mail. Is there mail for me? Is there mail from... I probably have my new debit card. You should read off the numbers on stream. I'm glad you like the costume. Thank you. I'm a spooky, scary Grim Reaper today. Everyone called me a wizard. I don't understand why. Okay. I've got a couple of different scary stories. If you guys want to hear some scary stories.
Actually got a refund on the deposit.
What?
I got $100 back.
You got a refund on our mold apartment deposit? I thought they were gonna charge us.
You're gonna lose like another $1,000 or so.
Okay, so for a little bit of context, I'm gonna pause
Keep your
real quick.
posture
For a little bit of
straight.
context, we just
That
recently
place-
moved out of our apartment that was full of mold.
That place was not salvageable.
No, they're gonna have to tear the walls down and everything. We thought that we were gonna be charged because of the security deposit, because there were some things we just kind of couldn't clean.
There was shit that was like busted, like the counter was like drooping in on itself because it's an old like shitty countertop. There's like a hole in the wall that was there when we got there, but we didn't do pre-walk. There's all sorts of problems with it, and we were like, there's like a fucking leak in the closet. There's like a pipe that
Yeah.
was in your closet that burst and there's water leaking through the ceiling and shit. We thought we were We thought we were.
Yeah.
We thought we were gonna get charged. I got $100 back. They said, "Fuck
Dude.
it. Ain't his fault. I'm betting."
Honestly, I'm hoping that's what they did was like, yeah, this sucks,
No,
but like,
they probably went in there and like, oh, this is what he meant by like, you're probably gonna wanna
redo the
it."
entire
Yeah.
Money!
Money!
And no charge needed.
A little advice for you fellas. A couple of pieces. One, don't put in your 30 days notice until you have a place.
Mhm.
And then the next advice is if you do that, it's okay to wait a little bit to get into a place. If the alternative is it's going to suck for 4 years.
Yeah, it was really bad. It was a really, really, really bad apartment. But yeah, money! All right. Hello, Lukey. Welcome. All right. Spooky, scary story time. So I've got a couple different ones. And we can read them if you want to read scary story. Do you guys... Is that a thing that we want to do, by the way? Be so crazy for all the numbers on your credit card, and it'll be so silly. Yeah, I should do it the back too and give you the expiration date, and then also give you my zip code just in case you need it. Yeah. All right, so I got a couple picked out, and sorry, I'm having a hard time segueing. How about I piss real quick and then get myself in the mood? BRB, let me piss really quick. 1 second. Pee and then scary stories. I returned. Got myself some tea. A spooky piss. A creepy pee-pee, if you will. Your nose is itching so bad. Blech. Yeah, he does that. My model does that. Got some tea. Ooh, I think lighting a candle would also be the perfect skewy ambience for me. Get me in the mood. Super freaky, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why he does that. It's my camera trying to find something to track. I actually need to cut the wick of my candle. There we go. Nice cut wick. There we go. Spooky candle. Wow. Speaking of Spooktember, a friend in my law program met up with his plug at a spooky graveyard and got robbed. That's crazy. Robbed by the plug or what? All right. So I've got 3 that I picked out. We got, if you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Something walks past my house every night at 3:03. A package marked returned asunder. The zombies got him. You should have planted a pea shooter. He didn't have a pea shooter. So let's go with... Let's see. Let's go with, if you're armed and on the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. We'll do that one first. If you're armed at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as this sounds, will be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a headshot, as soon as possible, is vastly better than the alternative. My ordeal... My... Blah, 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 blah. Thank you for the follow, Yeeter. Thank you, thank you. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago, at 9:15 this morning. I earn extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assess side effects. Thank you for the follow, Darky Nagami. Once it was a kidney drug. A few times it's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was a psychoactive substance intended to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far have ever done anything to me in the recreational sense. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested have given me a killer buzz or mellowed me out or anything. Mainly, I've always ended up in the placebo group, but nothing I've tested has affected me at all. Today's drug was different. This shit worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang out in the waiting room until they called me back for some tests. Only about 30 minutes, the research assistant told me. I flopped onto the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of Psychology Today that was sitting on the coffee table. They hadn't called me back when I finished the Psychology Today, so I picked up a US News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It was only 10:23 a.m. I had read all 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking this was going to be a long day. I was right. The waiting room had a little bookshelf with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not that they were weak. They were slow. It took a full minute just to stand up off the couch and another minute to take 2 steps to the bookcase. I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked up a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problem as my legs. Just reaching one foot in front of me to grab the book took a long time. I actually got bored of just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slogged back to the couch and collapsed on it in slow motion fall that reminded me of the low gravity hops of astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick slowly and began reading. I started with Call Me Ishmael and I got as far as Ahab throwing his pipe into the sea, which was all the way to friggin' chapter 30 before they called me back. How are you feeling? The research assistant asked me. I feel slow, I said. Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast. But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion. Your body seems like it's moving slow because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 or 20 times faster than normal. You're thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace, but your body is still constrained by the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're moving much faster than a normal person, she pantomimed a jogging motion, but your brain is running so much faster right now that even your fast walk seems slow to you. I thought about my slow motion flop onto the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. But in the waiting room, I even fell in slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain was going at warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines in the first 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. Hello, Runa. Hello. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls, then 4, then 6. I had no problem keeping balls in the air because they seemed to be moving so slowly. It was boring, frankly, watching for each ball to move through its arc so I could catch it with my slow motion hands and toss it back into the air. They drew Cheerios in the air and I caught them with chopsticks. They dropped a handful of coins and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. Do I pull? What do you mean, do I pull? The cognitive tests were less fun, but very illuminating. Finish a 50-word word search, 3 seconds. Solve an intricate maze drawn into a poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. View a slideshow projected at 10 images per second, and answer detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. It told me I measured over 250 on the Knopf scale. Apparently that's deep into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. Then they sent me home. It'll wear off in a few hours, I said, which will seem like days to you. Try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails while you're still in high speed mode. The ride home was horrible. It was only 3 metro stops and just in real world time, and only took 35 minutes. But my drug accelerated hyper time, it felt like days. Days. Just walking out of the medical research suite to the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out of the office, willing my legs to push me faster, but the laws of biomechanics held me prisoner. As accelerated as my brain was, I couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and my mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn, or rotate my body. I basically turned into a giant slow motion... He uses a word here I don't actually want to say. I misjudged my speed and rammed into the wall by the elevator button at a pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger outstretched to hit the elevator button, move away fast enough, and I jammed it into the wall. Hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at regular speed, it probably would have only hurt for 30 seconds or so. But in my accelerated state, the intense pain seemed to last for a half hour. 45 minutes, maybe. The elevator ride was horrible. I felt like I spent 4 or 5 hours just ascending 7 floors with nothing to look at but the interior of the elevator car. I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at what seemed to be, to me, super slow speed, I still could carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or 2 of getting used to having a brain that ran 24 times faster than my body. Then I basically sprint danced the rest of the way, twisting and juking between people on the sidewalk and dodging moving cars with inches, aka minutes, of clearance. I spent an hour in my time frame descending into the subway and returning to the platform. Endless tedium waiting for the 6 minutes for the Red Line train to arrive. Although there was more to look at on the metro platform than inside the elevator, it was still intensely boring. I should have stolen that copy of Moby Dick. The Red Line train roared into the station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of its brakes was frequency shifted by my high-speed mind to a low, long tone, like a monotone tuba solo.
Let's get a good stretch.
Thank you. It wasn't just a squealing subway train that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slow to the point of near inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequency of my hearing. I did manage to hear a screaming baby on my subway car. Her shrieks slowed to the sound of like whale songs. Sharp sounds like car horns and trucks bouncing over the potholes were low, muddied roars like a distant thunder. Back at the research offices, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff, but now verbal communication with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drugs were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on that fucking Red Line train. Days! Listening to the whale song of the screaming baby and the tuba solo of the brakes. Where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of my audio range, smells didn't seem to be affected. I never became nose blind to the body odor, the stench of the train's brakes, the melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro car. I finally got back to my apartment. Sprinting through my open door and into the front hall at a speed was like slow, relaxing drift down a lazy river. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up the book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it. Despite turning the pages so quickly that I tore many of them, it seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book was spent on page turning and not actually reading. 3 minutes had passed since I got home. I tried surfing the internet. My god, it takes a long time for computers to boot these days, but it was too frustratingly slow. Hours, seemingly, to load each new page, and a fraction of a second to read it. 100 articles in my newsfeed read, and just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into my pile of yet-to-be-read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. I decided to try to sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whatever part of my mind is responsible for perception, that's the part that had been accelerated to hyperspeeds by the drug, it isn't the same as the part that governs sleep. Despite being awake for what I perceived as days, my physical brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked into my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment, and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather onto the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes of reality time before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days, or maybe even weeks of being trapped in slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien. The sensation of the pill and the splash of the water I used to swallow it sliding down my throat was sickening. A lump that blocked my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. Hi, Riley. I read a book. 10 minutes had passed. I read another. 18 minutes since I took the Ambien. I threw the book across the room in disgust at my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun through the air, like a leaf blowing in the breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble, the sound I had only heard for what seemed like hours, then drifted to the floor, like a flip-flop sinking in a swimming pool. The force of gravity hadn't changed since I took the pill. The laws of physics were still the same. It was just my perception at the time that had gone wackadoo. This meant I could use a speed thing seemed to fall as a way of judging the effects on the drug. Based on how long it took for the book to drift to the floor, I estimated the drug's effects were still intensifying. I read a magazine. I turned on the television. I clearly saw each frame of video like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned the elevator off. I read some more. The first 2 books of Churchill's A History to the English-Speaking Peoples. Not exactly a light read. Frankly, I hated it. But given the hours of tedium it would take to go get another book off my bookshelf, just sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better. Or at least less worse. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Ambien. I lay on the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed. I inhaled. An hours-long process. Time passed. I exhaled for more hours. Sleep would not come. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the offices where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have something that could counteract its effects, or at least something to knock me out until it wore off. I exited my apartment as fast as possible, taking hours in my time frame to do so. I didn't even bother locking the door. It would have taken too long. Down the stairs, it's faster than the elevator if you run, through the lobby, out the front door, and onto the street. These few things felt like a long day at the office. Sprinting down the street, dancing and weaving between pedestrians with what must have looked like to them superhuman dexterity, down the first flight of stairs to the metro, across the landing, another hour, then onto the second flight of stairs. That's when the Ambien hit me. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy, not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I wanted to snooze the ad. Fuck, I tried to snooze the ad, and I couldn't. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Damn it, damn it. I don't wanna do it now. Fuck. Here, have some grass. Have some grass. Grass time. Sorry. I'll pause the story while the ad is going. Whoa. Whoa, nose itchy. Who was that followed? I'm gonna check this really quick. Aaron Monkey, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hello. I got myself some milk. I love milk. Where are my milk drinkers at in chat? 46 ads is insane. It shouldn't be 46. It's usually like 3 minutes. Moo juice. And yes, moo juice. Is that a reference? Is that a reference? Or do you just call it that? Yeah, Dylan Hollis. I love that guy. I love his recipes. I want his book. Oh my god, I think his book would be so cool to have. Fuck, I love milk. God, I love milk. Yum. Very yummers. Exquisite. I could honestly just sit here and drink milk all night and just tell you guys about how good it is. It's always been like my go-to drink. Like growing up, I just drink so much fucking milk. And yet, I'm so short. You know that the human hand is the ultimate biomechanical tool? That's what the ad said. I would imagine so. I mean, it's built so weird and so precisely and also so fragilely. I would imagine so. I like how Twitch is like, the ad is over, and yet I don't know if it is because Sari has not said so. Please, please, I want to read the story. I want to read the story. Tell that to the tunneling of my carpals. Exactly. Real shit. Real shit. Is it over? Is the ad over? Yay! Alright, goodbye, grass. Goodbye, grass. Back to story time, yeah. Epic poggers, big epic poggers, big epic poggers. I feel like if you were to show a caveman the way that we talk, he would be very confused. He'd be like, what the fuck is an epic pogger? Alright, let's see. There we go. And there we go. I was jorking my meat, but then I looked down, I saw I had no arms. Then who was jorking my meat? Aw, story. Yeah, the guy's living his life in slow-mo, yeah. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy. Not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion, but still making perceptible progress. And then, wham. Everything stopped. The dull roar of the street and metro ceased, replaced by the most perfect silence I'd ever experienced. My downwards motion seemed to freeze completely before the Ambien kicked in. My perception of time was maybe a few hundred times slower than real time. After the Ambien took effect, time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even as moving my eyes to focus on a new point was like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. Over the course of the afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump when my mind ran hundreds of times faster than my body. But within the 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the Ambien, my body control was almost impossible. I fell on the stairs. Even though I was all but frozen in mid-step, controlling my muscles was impossible. I commanded my foot forward for hours, then backwards for hours more, when it seemed like it would miss the next step. Hours attempting to adjust the angle of my ankle, then readjusting when it felt wrong. Despite these efforts, I rolled my ankle on the next step. The pain wasn't at all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increasing strain on my bent ankle. The nerve signals that send pain to the brain must work differently than the nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until it was imperceptible. Pain flowed into my brain, undiluted by the change of my perception of time. Hours and hours of increasing weight on my turned ankle turned into hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. I pitched forward, my high-speed mind completely unable to control my low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed on my right shoulder. At first, the impact wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure in my shoulder as it came in contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increasing pain for hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of its socket with an endless, sickening tug. I came to a stop days later, crumpled on the ground, staring at the ceiling. The pain in my shoulder still screaming with the intensity of a fresh, violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during that fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then every minute of real war time would be like years. Even if the drug cleared out of my system in the next 2 to 3 hours, this nightmare would seem to last centuries. By the time I hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get to the platform and throw myself in front of a train. I twisted onto my hands and knees, dazed of my dislocated shoulder, crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower than grass grew. Weeks of effort and finally rewarded with a success. I stabilized on my hands and knees. If just getting on all fours was this difficult, I figured that walking or running was completely out of the question, so I crawled. I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb looks on the faces of the crowd lingered on me for weeks. I crawled under the turnstile and onto the escalator. The escalator spilled the rush hour crowd onto the platform at the same speed a glacier spills ice into the sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during my indeterminable downward ride. The train status sign said the next train wouldn't arrive for 20 minutes. 20 minutes was like a year to me. I'd have to spend a year on the metro platform, waiting to die. I crawled off the escalator, enduring days of stupid expressions on the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain in my shoulder. Then my problem with time got worse. Impossibly worse. The massive slowdown on the stairs was just the beginning of the interaction between the experimental drug and the Ambien. It fully hit me while I was curled up on a bench. I blinked. Years of darkness followed. Sound was already gone, and with my blink, sight was gone as well. All that existed from the pain was the pain from my fall. My hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sung to me in languages that never even existed. Patterns and faces of colors came and went in my mind's eye. I recalled my whole life and imagined living another. I forgot English. I settled into profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. Then I did it all again. And again. My eyes opened with geological slowness. A faint glow. Weeks. A slit of light. Weeks. A narrow view of the metro platform, ankles of the commuters near me, and an advertisement on the opposite wall. I extracted my phone from my pocket, a project that spanned decades. How can I even begin to explain the boredom? The pain in my shoulder is nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I have thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes. Never. The boredom is so intense it's intangible, like a solid object of metal and stone weighed into my skull. Inescapable. So what are my options? If I crawl and fall into the tracks without any oncoming crane to crush me, I won't die. I'll experience even more pain from the 4-foot fall, but I'll likely be rescued by some do-gooder on the platform and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in that scenario will be endless. So I wait for the train, so I can throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I will experience the pain of being ripped into pieces for centuries until finally, the light of life leaves my brain and my experience ends. I've lived hundreds of lifespans at the foot of this bench. I am far older in spirit than any human who has ever lived. Most of my life experience has been a snapshot of pain huddled on the floor on the subway platform with an unchanging view of ankles and advertisements. This post is my plan B, my Hail Mary, my long shot. I spent several lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hope that someone will read it and become convinced that my suffering must end. Someone, please, right now. Someone on this train platform. Someone who will find the man curled under the bench. The man who crawled down the escalator and kill him as swiftly as possible. A bullet to the temple. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Top post says, on my way. This story just basically describes what it's like sitting in lectures as opposed to watching reels. Me when I have to go to class instead of sitting at home gooning. No gooning. No gooning. No gooning. Oh. There was a part 2, but I've never read this. There's a part 3. There's a part 4. How many parts does this have? I'm not gonna actually... I'm not actually gonna read them all, but that's kind of cool. They're really long. I don't want to read all of them. Dragon Soul, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Okay. So yes, that was what was that fucking called? Yeah, if you're at the Glenmont Metro, if you're armed at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Yeah, like I spent at least 500 years writing that. You can at least read a story. No, I'm good. I'm good. That's many. Yeah, I don't know how you could expand on the idea for so long, so I'm not gonna bother. I'm gonna leave it where it's at because I like this one and I don't want to like ruin it. PP? PP? What are we PPing? What are we PPing? What PP? My PP? Any story requests potentially? I don't see why not. I just picked out a couple that I had read prior and was like, yeah, I liked these ones. These ones were good. I've got 2 others that I picked out, but I am not opposed. What website are you using? Reddit. I'm on Reddit. I used to read a lot of creepypastas and stuff on Reddit, okay? Okay, shut up, shut up. It's just a forum. Just a forum. My dog was lost for 3 days. What came back wasn't my dog. I see. Let me look that up. What do we have? Let me see if I can find one that isn't somebody reading it already. I got an r/pets post. My dog got lost for 3 days. He has changed when we found him. Hi guys. My dog got lost for 3 days. When he came back, he acted like he doesn't know me at all. Normally he would say hi, but he didn't even notice I was there. He didn't do the same reaction to my wife or neighbors. I'm so confused. I was gooning to femboys and the Reaper took my soul. No, you should link me that one. If you could find the link to that one, that would be much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. I could not find it. Let me see. Okay, okay. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow, Pink. Dude, did you really make another account after I banned you? If you're gonna do that, don't name it Pancake Jeff 2. Goofy ass. I have brain cells. I can add 2 and 2. Me when I walk back in with a fucking goofy ass pink mustache. Alright. My dog was lost for 3 days. What came back wasn't my dog. As a kid, I was raised in a small fishing community on the eastern side of Canada, surrounded by the Gulf of St. Lawrence and the Boreal Forest. The entirety of the land was close to 4,000 square feet, hold on. My mouth is funny. The entirety of the land was close to 4,000 square feet, with an even smaller number of residents sprawled out over a main street. The main road running straight through our little town and farming houses spread widely between the areas of trees that were changed to domestic residential homes when agriculture stopped being profitable. In total, our community is surrounded by a vast expanse of ocean and seemingly endless barrage of trees that spread over 55% of Canada's entire country. I spent most of my life hunting in those woods, so you can imagine my joy when my parents got me a hunting dog. Hello, Hypernova, hello, hello. Sandy was a Shetland sheepdog, and while they were more fit to be herding than tracking sheep over grassy plains rather than rabbits and deer through the dense forest, it didn't stop me from taking him on every excursion I could possibly. Sandy had been by my side For enough hunting trips that he'd grown accustomed to waking up just before breaking daylight, and on a few occasions helped me track down small game like squirrels and rabbits through considerably large areas of the forest. Sandy wasn't my property and wasn't treated like he belonged to me. Sandy was a member of the family, my best friend, my truest companion. I think back on fondly on all the times he sit on the front seat of the truck without being told, ready to go for a walk in whatever part of the forest I told him to. I can honestly say that there will never be a dog that will fill the void Sandy left in my life. I find that dog lovers relate to that sentiment more than others. It was October 30th, the first day of deer hunting season. I cannot read right now, holy shit. I've been talking with my family about taking Sandy, my hunting gear, and some essentials to one of the cabins my grandfather owned in his heyday, off an unmarked road a few hundred miles into the wilderness for a few days. This was met with a lot of protesting, but nothing could stop me from getting in some time looking for wild game in an area that it wasn't already picked clean by illegal hunters earlier on in the month. Everything was packed up under the old blue Ford, Sandy included, and a few hours of driving later we were settling up in one of my grandfather's secluded old cabins. Here's where things got fucked up. Sandy, I'm so sorry. I'd spent most of the time of my life being in the wilderness. There were only a handful of times that things had gotten weird for me, but usually everything can be explained with scientific reason. That's why I brushed off Sandy's weirdness on the first few nights, chalking it up to the nervousness of a dog that's capable of hearing the far-off noises of various coyotes, wolves, bears, and moose. This was untouched territory, of course. There had been plenty of time for wildlife to set up camp here, too. The first night was fairly normal. I had set up Sandy's bed in the corner of the living room, next to the TV that looked like it came out of the early 90s. I figured I'd give Sandy the option of having some place to lay down for a while, despite the fact that he slept curled up with me 9 times out of 10. Close to 10 at night, Sandy looked straight at the wooden door and whined. I figured he needed to piss, so I opened the door to let him out, not worried about having my best friend stray too far from me. Instead, he just sat inside the door, looking at the forest edge beyond the path. I, too, stood and looked for a few minutes before deciding that he just heard an errant critter close to the cabin. The rest of the night was fairly normal, and Sandy slept with me fine. The second night, I chalked the weirdness up to Sandy's stress. Earlier in the day, we had been walking a few miles through the woods beyond the house, and I thought I heard the sound of twigs cracking under something heavy. I hoped it wasn't a moose because my shotgun wouldn't have stood a chance, but something changed in Sandy that I didn't pay close enough attention to at the time. He hunched himself on his hind legs and pressed close to the ground. His mouth pulled up over his teeth and he growled towards nothingness. I figured we'd try hunting again later if whatever had left, and should he be feeling up to it. But once we were inside, he didn't want to move. Even when I tried to go get him to go outside to do his business, he sat on the floor by the door and cried, wailing at me to let me know he didn't want to go out there. I didn't pressure him. If he pissed on the floor, so be it. Sandy never acted up before. I could excuse an accident or two. If he really didn't want to go out there. It must have been a bear, I thought, before locking the door and calling it a night. Hi, Punisher, hello. The third night is where things went to hell, and I still don't fully understand what happened. Sandy didn't eat all day. I managed to shoot a rabbit in the early morning when Sandy decided he didn't want to be outside any longer than he had to, and retired inside for the day. I cooked it up, threw a little gravy on it, and gave it to my dog. I didn't do this all the time, but I figured now was a special occasion and maybe a treat would put him in a better mood for another walk in the day. Sandy didn't touch it. He didn't so much as sniff it. Instead, he sat by my side on the couch watching the doorway intently. I tugged him under one of my arms and he laid his head on my lap, eyes still locked on that door. Close to 3 hours of watching grainy VHS tapes on an outdated television set, Sandy started crying, hugging himself close to my body. This is where my judgment took me down the wrong path for the first time of many. It must sound silly, being my dog's protector rather than my dog being mine, but this was my family. I figured if there was something outside that was scaring Sandy so bad, it was my job to do something about it. I loaded my 410, is that a gun? Opened the door and stood in the doorway and waited. Why are your pills the gay pills? They're randomly generated. There's a list that you can get, and you got gay pills, congratulations. I must have waited at least a half hour, staring into nothing. There was barely any sound save for the faint buzz of insects and leaves rustling in the cold autumn wind. Moose aren't elegant creatures, and if it were a moose, I would have heard it coming. Around the 40-minute mark, Sandy took off like a shot into the darkness of the trees beyond the path, barking wildly. I started to get worried, despite my knowledge that my dog isn't entirely helpless in the wilderness. There were still bigger animals that would have liked to take a bite out of him if there wasn't a lot of food for the winter. I heard Sandy's bark fade away into the distance and then stop altogether. I waited hours standing in the doorway with my shotgun cocked, ready to put down whatever it was that was waiting in the woods. I waited hours for Sandy to come back into the house. I waited until the sun was cracking through the trees, and then I waited until the night. And then I waited until that night, sitting on my porch step, fading off sleep deprivation to see my dog come back. Sandy did not come back. Sandy did come back, but not for another 3 days. Fog had rolled in at that point. It was getting darker, the night painting the sky a navy blue. Tracking over the last few days proved futile, and I started to get worried that I'd need to leave and find more provisions to last me the next few nights. I couldn't leave Sandy up there, lost in the woods, cold and probably hungry. The thought that he might be waiting out there for me to find him and bring him back home was distressing enough. I was packing up the bag that hung on the coat rack next to my door with what I needed for the next day's trip. I figured tomorrow would be the last day before I'd go into town and see if my father would help me find Sandy. He was a retired graying man, but I was sure if I brought up Sandy's name, he'd be more willing to help me search for him. Thankfully, Sandy came back before I'd even finished that train of thought. I saw him from the window on the path that led to the main road, a few dozen feet away from the house. Normally I'd hear him scamper to the doorway and paw at the door a few times, eager to come in, but this was different. I could see the reflection of his eyes as green pearls in the murky fog that had swamped the house. For a moment, I thought it might have been an animal, but the outline of his body and the wisps of the thick, low-laying clouds was unmistakable. Still, despite myself, I hesitated. There was something different about his body language. I stared out the window for a few moments before reason overcame my gut instinct. Sandy could be hurt, I thought, or worse. I flung the doorway open, but he didn't come right away. Instead, he stood there watching me intently, and he didn't move when I whistled to him. "Here, Sandy," I coaxed him towards the house. "Here, boy." The way he moved was different. It was as though his hips had been dislocated and the angle of his paws changed direction with every step, as though he'd forgotten how to walk properly. His head was bowed to the ground, but his teeth weren't bared. He didn't seem aggressive. The only way I could describe the look he gave me was sheepish, like he'd just gone at something he wasn't supposed to, and I yelled at him for it. I thought he might have hurt himself hopping up onto the elevated step, as if he dislocated his hips, but he did just fine. His back half swung a little oddly, though, his paws almost folded underneath him, but he didn't go sprawling. He sat on the step and didn't take his look off me. It wasn't until I had moved from the doorway completely, opened the door wide and waited for him to walk in, that he moved. "Hello, Mr. Wick, hello." Straight to his bed. He didn't stop at my hand and sniff me. He didn't wait for pets or jumps on me like he used to. He was straight to his bed, where he sat and watched me for quite some time afterward. I returned to the movie at hand. I called to him a couple times, but he didn't respond. His ears didn't so much as raise to the sound of his voice, or the pat of my hand on the worn-out couch beside me. I'd missed my buddy, but I wasn't about to move him physically towards me. There was something about him that said I shouldn't have let him in, but I chalked it up to silliness, and a few hours later I went to bed. The more I think back on it, I don't recall him blinking once. He sat there like a statue. When I turned off the light, I could see the reflection of Jade Green following me as I went to my room and shut the door. Second, let me pull this over here. And Tiami, yes, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Bwam, bwam, bwam. Bwam, bwam, bwam. You pissed your pants when you heard that? Alright. Ugh. I could have sworn I heard him walk in the night, the sound of nails clicking against the wooden floor coming up to the door of my room, but they were slow and deliberate. They weren't quite like the quickness of Sandy realizing I'd gone to bed and coming to curl up. I heard the noises stop outside of my bedroom, but I didn't hear his whine. I thought nothing of it and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke in the morning, I figured it must have been a dream. Sandy was still sitting in the upright position I left him in, and when I went to bed, it was as though he didn't move a muscle the entire night. And when I said good morning, he didn't so much as wag his tail. He did follow me into the kitchen, but he paused at the doorway when I put his bowl down on the floor and filled it up with supermarket dog food. Once again, his back half moved weirdly, and he slowly made his way towards me. There was a nagging feeling that something was off-putting about the way he looked that day. It was like he had gotten a little longer overnight. Sandy hunched down, like when he was walking through the door the night before. He didn't come into the kitchen. I figured he must have been hungry being out in the wild for so long, but he eyed me like he was waiting for me to come a little closer rather than touch the food. It goes without saying, but a few moments of staring contest between me and my unblinking dog, I called off that foolishness and called his name out loudly. Not even a flinch. I didn't want to move closer to my dog to leave. I didn't want to move closer to my dog to leave the kitchen, but this was my Sandy, and the most damage he'd ever done was eat flies. Sure enough, I passed him, and he turned his body and swayed unnaturally, but he didn't move towards me. Hello, Aaron, hello. When I left that day, I couldn't find anything. The deer tracks in the mud were made a few days prior and went cold off naturally, made trails through the woods. I couldn't hear bugs or birds or even the howl of a nearby coyote. The only sound from miles away from the campsite were my own breathing, and the sound of crunching leaves under my feet. When the sun started to set, I started making my way back, but I should have just packed my shit and left. Just behind a cluster of trees with the house just visible beyond the rise, I figured I found out the reason why the animals had abandoned this place. Generally, where there are mass animal deaths, that usually means something is wrong at the area of the slaughter, and wildlife are usually smart enough to get the hell out of Dodge. Even cats are bred instinctively to not like drinking from water that is close to where their food is, because if you saw a dead animal close to a stream, you'd figure the stream was tainted and find another water source. Hundreds of squirrels were disemboweled and strewn across the grass in an almost perfect circle. Most of them were skinned alive, but when I turned to heave up all the contents of my stomach, there were a few dozen that were inside out. I couldn't just help but vomit repeatedly as I tried my best to walk around the circle of tiny organs and mashed up bodies, not just over the sight, but the smell. It was ungodly. I don't know how long they've been out there, but if I stumbled across it sooner, I'd have left with Sandy in tow immediately after. Gradually, the bodies stopped and delved off into the random squirrel here and there. The biggest thing I managed to find, just a few feet off the unholy feeding ground, was a deer. It looked as something had decided to skin it alive from hide to neck, and draped some of the skin over a branch like someone was tanning the hide. I don't know how long it had been there, but it smelled like it had been dead for quite some time, despite the fact that there wasn't a single fucking fly. The head had been cut off clean, just above the shoulders, and that's when I realized the organs had also been removed. I moved from a walking pace to the forest to a jog. Thankfully, the cabin wasn't so far off. I heaved one final time, wiped my mouth off the back of my sleeve, and looked up the house to see Sandy watching me from the window. I tried to reason with myself and tell myself Sandy's odd behavior could have been trauma. I know it's stupid to think of it now, but at the time, the only reasonable explanation I had to keep myself from going insane. The elongating body could have just been the loneliness getting to me. Sandy had realized there was something up with this place, and the second he noticed I should have taken this warning, and the second he noticed I should have taken this warning and taken off back to town. Once the door was shut behind me, I started packing food and essentials back into boxes, moving it quickly and trying to get all the things into the truck before the night came. It'd be dangerous to try to maneuver my way through the trails at night, as the hills off Kelly's Mountain were steep, and in pitch darkness with my only companion being my headlights, it would have been easy to slide off a ravine and never be heard from again. I didn't want to stay one more night, but I had no choice. I had gotten back to the house just moments before the sun finally receded past the horizon and we were bathed in navy blue sky once again. I didn't pay attention to Sandy. He just sat at his bed and watched me pack. I figured no harm, no foul. I'd throw his stuff in the truck in the morning and we'd be back in town before night the next day. Glancing at him for just a moment, it was a passing thought that he was looking a little longer today. And when I went to bed, it was a hard time getting to sleep for the next few hours. It must have been close to 4 or 5 in the morning when I heard it. The sound of whistling. The same whistling I used to call my dog. I broke out in a cold sweat when I realized that whoever slaughtered those squirrels, hung the skin up, left what he didn't need, could have very well broken into my house. The door to my room didn't make a sound as I opened it slowly. Thankfully. I waited a moment, listening to someone call my dog for a few more seconds before I dared poke my head out from the door frame to get a good look at whoever it was that could have hurt Sandy. The outside door was open. All I saw was the back half of Sandy, too long and lanky, almost coiled around the back door. His front half was outside. Whatever it was that had impersonated my dog, it was whistling slowly, calling for Sandy. When I could have sworn that it had hunched down to the ground again and said, "Sandy," in the most ungodly voice I'd ever fucking heard, I closed the door just as softly as I opened it. I don't know how long I waited with my back pressed against the door. I know I left my gun in the back on the coat rack. I know I didn't sleep. I waited until I saw the sun break over the horizon, then I waited some more until it must have been midday, and I finally got the balls to open the door again. And made a break for the truck. I wouldn't die in that place. Sandy, quote-unquote, was gone, and the door was open. His food was untouched, but the fridge was open, and all the meat was gone. I didn't bother packing his stuff. I just threw my bag over my shoulder, made my way to the fort as fast as I could, and turned on the ignition. I can't describe the feeling that overcame me as I realized I'd have to leave Sandy in this place. The thought that he could be dead was never a thought in my mind. I don't think I could cope with the knowledge that whatever I allowed in my house, whatever disemboweled those animals, could have done the same with him. I made my way down the winding paths of the road as fast as I possibly could without veering off the cliffs. I felt like I was turning in circles down this labyrinth that would take me back to the house. But when I reached the pavement on the stretch of road back to town, I felt relief wash over me, thinking I was safe. Just as I was pulling off the cement, I heard something hit the back windshield, sending broken glass into the passenger seat. I only caught a glimpse of the deer's decapitated head catching on the unbroken glass and tumbling into the back seat. I cried for most of the way home, hands clenching the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. I wish I could leave this place with a positive note. I wish I could tell you that I found Sandy at home waiting for me. I wish I could tell you that that was the end of it, a traumatizing experience in the woods that I'll never get over with time. Or that I'll get over with time. Last night I found it hard to sleep. I kept replaying the entirety of my trip to Helly's Mountain in my head. I figured I wouldn't be sleeping for a while and laid there listening to the wind through my window. I could have sworn I heard the whistle I used to call my dog with coming from the forest edge. If you go on trips with your dog, I advise you don't let them out of your sight for too long. What comes back might not be your dog. That was a really good one. Thank you for the suggestion. Sandy killed the thing. Sandy ate all the squirrels. Sandy became forest god and had 1 million tennis balls. Just turn my lights back on. This one was really good. It was a really good one. I like that a lot. The woods are always really scary, I agree. I enjoyed that. Thank you. I had one other one. This one also has something to do with whistling. Spooky. And if there's ever a story with an animal, like a dog in it, I'm always like, oh, not the doggy. Please, no, not the doggy. Love doggy. Love doggy forever. God, if I lost my dog in the woods, I'd be unconsolable for fucking weeks. Weeks. Years, months, genuinely months. Oh my god, I would... Oh my god, my dog would be a snack. So small. Let's see. Hello, Eileen. Welcome, welcome. Let's see what else I got. Okay. Here's another one. I read this one a long time ago. I liked it. Something walks whistling past my house every night at 3:03. Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by, and it always starts exactly at 3:03. The sound starts faint, somewhere near the beginning of the lane near the Carson place. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, my sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there, but they were never too hard on us since we always stuck to the one big rule. Don't ever try to look at what was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place. I've lived here since I was 6, and I love it. The houses are small but well kept, good-sized yards, plenty of places to roam. There are a lot of other kids my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac or roam around from the back porch to back porch in the summer. It was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it. There's only 2 strange things here: the night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom, but Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the US as a kid. My family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't so calm is if the Whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then, eyes moves faster, and he tells us not to think so much about it and to always remember the one rule, the one big rule. Don't try to look outside when the Whistler goes past. Not that we even could look outside if we wanted. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window, thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch to the bottom on the window frame. Each latch has a small lock, about the size you'd find on a diary. My dad locks those shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before 3:03 when the sound starts. I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often. At least I haven't caught her much, but once or twice a month I think she sits out there on a big red couch just listening. The Whistler has the same tune every night. It's cheerful. Remember how I said that there was 2 odd things where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either, but good things just seem to happen to people around here. Usually it's small things, winning a radio contest or even getting an unexpected promotion at work, or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard. You know, the authentic kind. Welcome. Thank you for the follow, Arlene. Hello. The weather is pretty good and there's no crime and everyone's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings I've heard my mom say about things living here. But the main reason we stay here and why we moved here in the first place is my sister Nola. She was born very sick, something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only to visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember small even compared to other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. As soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They chalked it up to whatever we were doing, but all we could tell them was that we were confused. But my parents knew, even I knew. Nola is getting better, was just another million little... Sorry, the writing here's a little weird. But my parents knew, even I knew. Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got out of living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed, even after we found out that for every small miracle that happens every day, now and then, some bad things happen. But they only happen if you look for the Whistler. See, our community has a welcoming committee. They show up with a macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people showed up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Even then, the committee asked to speak to my parents in private, so I was sent to my room where I still managed to hear nearly every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was. Really exceptionally hard to explain kind of nice. They even told my parents about the harder to explain whistling that happens every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, it would never harm us, it would never hurt us, as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. The part they stressed, I pushed my ear into the door, trying to hear them. Do not look for the sound. People who went looking for the Whistler had their luck changed, sometimes tragically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained the newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths, and freak accidents. Not everyone dies, I heard the head of the committee tell my dad, but the life goes out of them. Even if they live, there's no light in them ever again. No presence. My mom, I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if there was some prank they play on the new neighbors. At one point, my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home, asked them if they were racist on the account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down, told her he could tell our new neighbors were sincere and they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kind of stories from his mom, that he knew that there were strange things that walked among us. Some of those strange things were good and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, my dad went out into the hardware store, bought canvas blinds, the latches, and the locks, and installed them on every window in our house after dinner. The first night in our new house, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m., only to find my dad awake, sitting on the living room couch, holding my baby sister. My dad held up his finger in a shh motion, but he patted the couch next to him. I sat, and we waited. At exactly 3:03, we heard the whistling. It came and went just like our neighbor said. The whistling returns each night, and we never look because we enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own, and she's grown into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them macaroni casserole, a gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back that if the family took the committee seriously, or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Yeah, Scary Story Street. Not long ago, a family moved directly next to us. The previous owner, Miss Maddie, passed away at age 105. She lived a long, good life. Our new neighbors seemed like they fit in fine. They believed the welcoming committee, took my dad's advice about locking the shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in that manila envelope, whatever evidence my dad never let us see. But I imagine they must have been awfully convincing since our neighbors got along, no issues for the first month. One night, when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year younger than me. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. Do you know who was always whistling out there every night? Holden asked. The moment the adults left the room, the three of us were sitting in the den, some Disney movie playing idly on the television. My sister and I exchanged a glance. We don't talk about that, I said. I think it's that weirdo that lives in the big yellow house on the corner, Holden said. Mr. Tolles? My sister asked. No way, he's really nice. Holden shrugged. Must be a psycho killer then. Nola tensed. We don't talk about it, I repeated. Let's go play in my room. I got a Nintendo. We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn, and then watching movies. Typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds, and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. Have you ever tried looking? He asked. It's nearly time. Raya, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Or Fira. Sorry. Like most sleepovers, we conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see who was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. We don't... See, I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key, he continued, ignoring me. So does our dad, said Nola. No, replied Holden. No, he doesn't. You saw him do it, I said, a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. Your dad locks the blinds, yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his normal keychain. So? I asked, worried. I already knew what he was going to say next, because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all these years, because he knew we took it seriously. So your dad locked up before your parents went to bed. I went to the bathroom, and on my way, I might have peeked into their room, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and maybe I went and borrowed the keys to the blinds. Nola and I stared, and his grin only grew wider. You're lying, I said. Holden shrugged. You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look. You'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand. Stay here, I told both of them. Don't move a muscle. I hurried in my parents' room but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry. Beyond angry, I was beginning to think about it, but more scared of an open window with the whistler right outside. I opened the door, barely an inch, and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, I froze. The whistling started. I could hear it clearly from my parents' room. I never realized it, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I didn't think I could have slept through it. I stood there, listening to the whistling come closer, unsure of if I should turn on the light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. Nola, I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden... Yeah, why did you give Holden the unactually voice? He's a bitch. Nola, I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door to a window. The front door next to a window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him, hunched up, afraid, but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside of our house now. I think I made a sound, called out, I can't remember. Time felt frozen, clock hands nailed to the face. But I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to rise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window. But I had my arms around Nola, and I turned us so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut. The blind whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. Don't look, okay? Told her. Do not turn around. We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed. I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with the arm not holding Nola and tried to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. Holden? I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the window, his eyes sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for this time of year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the string to the blind. The glass began to get warmer the further I reached up until there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blinds shut. I opened my eyes. The dim light leaking from the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. Holden? I asked again. He turned towards me and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of motion. Lights sparked to life in the hall, then the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued to Holden. He was pale. He had bit his lips so hard there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin and he'd wet himself. What happened? My dad asked behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad so scared, but I saw it that night. In that moment, an old ugly terror stitched on his face. A parent's fear. Just Holden, he mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a breath. He looked so relieved I nearly expected him to cheer, but then he turned to Holden and my dad's face changed. I wondered if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock on the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered. Don't answer it, my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I'd always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the windows and the whistler, but that night we were all believers. I noticed that both my parents held baseball bats they must have taken from their bathroom. The knock came. Again. A little louder this time. Please don't open the door, Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him and hugged him close. We won't, my dad promised, still holding his bat. Nothing is coming in here tonight. Thudding. This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. Thudding. Knocking. Sky to our welcome. Hello, hello. How was your stream? Hello, hello. What were you up to? Hello, Curious Hi. Hello.
Nice call.
Hello, Raiders. If you're new here, my name is Six. I'm a rabbit feral test up at the locked behind bars for your safety. Tonight, I'm reading some scary stories. I'm a bit more quiet tonight. Normally, I'm a lot louder. Marvel Rivals, did you win? Did you win? I hope you won. Kind of reminds me of an ancient peasant's children's story. The one we're reading is called Something Walks Past My Window Whistling at 3:03. And so basically the story is everyone has like good luck. And the main caveat of that in this little neighborhood is that something walks past your house whistling at 3:03 in the morning and stops at 3:05. And the main rule is do not look at it. Do not look at the thing that whistles, or else you're gonna have really, really, really fucking bad luck. Our main character is a 13-year-old boy who is having a sleepover where they're watching their neighbor's kid, who is 12, and he looked out the window, and so he's pissing his pants and literally screaming. Now it's knocking on the door. Average German story for children. Alright, let's see. Please don't open the door, Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him, hugged him close. We won't, my dad promised, still holding his bat. Nothing is coming in here tonight. Thudding, knocking. This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again and Nola clutched her arms around my mom. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. Thud. 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 Call the police, my mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. Do you think He was cut off by frantic knocking that trailed into a polite tap, tap, tap. Police, said something on the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom, like a parrot repeating the words back to her. Police, call. The police, tap, tap, tap. Police. My mom pulled us closer. Police, 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 please stop. I heard her whisper. I don't think calling them will help, my dad said. How will we know when they're the ones outside the door? The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook. Then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We all turned towards the back door, but the knocking immediately returned to the front. Front to back to front, loud then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly, the sound was coming from both doors at once. Big, heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Rapping against the windows started throughout the entire house, then the walls. It was like we were living inside of a drum with a dozen people trying to play at once. Or we were a turtle and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. Hello, hello, welcome, welcome, reasonable illustration. Yeah, I could take 100 men. Hello, anime lover, welcome, thank you for the follow. Where was I? Drum. Migu welcome, thank you for the follow. It was like we were all living inside of a drum with a dozen people trying to play at once. Or we were a turtle and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. Laxatives. What a name. Welcome, welcome. Did I get that right? Snorlaxatives. That's awesome. I could take a gorilla, yeah. In a fight. I'll take him down. Stop! Holden yelled. The knocking died. I won't tell, Holden said, staring at the door. I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please, please go away. We waited for nearly a minute, and then we heard it. A soft tap, tap, tap coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry. Thank you. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushed his hair, but never lied to him, never told him things were going to be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for I don't know how long. Eventually my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back so loud it was impossible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back to the living room and the knocking stopped. Only the tap, tap, tap on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped around 7 a.m., about the time the sun comes up. We waited another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' room first. I heard him open the door, and then he come back in. Okay. It's done. Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house, and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the whole day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim, but they wouldn't tell us what they'd said to Holden's family. It was a Sunday, so we all spent the day together, ordered pizza, and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room, Nola and my mom in the bed with me and my dad in a chair he'd pulled over. There was no knocking that night or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of the week, but by that Thursday, there was a moving truck in their driveway. Nola and I watched them packing up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired Holden and his parents looked. The three of them had the same pallor, grim mouths, and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember that the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in, not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies, but even those that live have the light go out of them for the rest of their lives. Are just full of misfortune. A million little tragedies. I think Holden's parents might have looked either to comfort him or if they didn't believe or share the burden, if they did. I watched Nola some days, happy and young to be alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower, if she looked out the window that night, would I have looked too? To comfort her? Share that burden? I'm glad I don't have to find out. We still live in that house in that neighborhood. We still hear our Whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are too good to leave. But we're careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore. My dad hides the keys to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for. And that was the story. you think if I worship the Whistler, I'm good to take my entire life savings to the casino? Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, the kid, he kind of, fucked around and he found out in the unfortunate way. Never whistle at night. Yeah. I follow a lot of creators that live in, like, the Appalachian Mountains, and that's kind of an ongoing thing where it's like, you don't whistle at night. That's, like, the one thing you don't whistle. Well, first off, you don't whistle, like, period. And you also don't look out your windows at night. You don't want to invite something in, you know? There is an ad that's going to start in about a minute, so I might start it a little early right now, since we're kind of in between stories. I'm going to go ahead and start it, but I'll give you guys your grass. We love grass. During ads, we watch grass grow. We watch it grow. Bam. Grass time. Ad time. Do not the Whistler. Well, do I have to look at the Whistler to do them? I could just, like, put a bag over my head. I'll put a bag over my head and, like, be like, hey, Whistler, can I get some, can I get some extra luck? Please. Basically a German Child's Tale, the moral of the story, with some kind of version of fuck around and find out. Exactly. I have some tea, by the way. I made, I have a jug that I've been, like, making tea and then just keeping it in my fridge so that I can kind of drink it whenever, because I like tea, but I don't like the process of brewing tea. It's kind of boring. So I have spearmint tea, and it's like in a jug. I was wondering if I blew across it, if it'd make a noise. Not really. Yummy. Very fresh. It makes my mouth feel good. That's so cursed. Listen. Can you blame a guy? Can you blame a guy? Whatever. Whatever. Hi, trains. Your name makes me think of that old commercial where it's like, planes, trains, and automobiles. You can buy this, like, fucking... what is it? It was like a DVD box set where you could, like, it was just like movies and infomercial things about, like, planes, trains, and automobiles. Surprisingly, I never would have guessed that from the name, but that's what it was. So far, like, these are all ones that I read growing up and stuff. The dog one that was recommended by Inugami, that one was really good. I really enjoyed that one. I've always liked stories of the idea of this comfortable thing, this person you know, or this pet you have. There's just something slightly off with them. They're not quite right, you know? And figuring out what that is, figuring out what's wrong with them, why they seem so weird, you know? My voice is something I can fall asleep to. I've been working on doing my ASMR channel. I'm just, like, trying really hard right now to catch up on all the things that I need to do. Maybe I'll put one out, like, if femboy boyfriend reads you a scary story to tell you to go the fuck to sleep. That could be fun. Yeah. That could be a really fun one. Wow. Come on, ad. Finish up. I want to read more stories. I like this ambiance, by the way. There we go. Ad's done. Bye, grass. 43 minutes. We're almost an hour in, actually. We're doing good. We are doing good on the grass. My outfit's always changing, so come back every stream and see what outfit I'm wearing. Today I'm a Grim Reaper. Yeah. Change my wish. I want a 20-pack of Monster White. I want $1 million. And then a singular guava monster. Okay. So I have one more pulled up. If you have any suggestions, let me know. As long as they're not too long. Now that I'm like... Oh, I did read this one a while back. I did read this one a while back. It is a little on the gross side. A little gross in some of the details, but I do think this is a good one. A package marked "Return to Sender." My neighborhood is one of those annoying wannabe... My neighbor is one of those annoying wannabe YouTube personalities. Over the years, like body horror, kinda. Not body horror per se, just kind of gross. Very... You know how in the dog one, it kind of talks a lot about like the skinned animals and stuff? That kind of gross. A package marked "Return to Sender." My neighbor is one of those annoying YouTube personalities. Over the years, I've seen him cough out cinnamon, lay flat on the hood of his car as it slowly creeps down the driveway, and douse himself in lukewarm water, all the while screaming "epic win, epic fail," or fuck, epic maintenance of the static quo for all I know. It can get tiring to watch him go about his shenanigans in the pursuit of viral fame. So when he knocked on my door the other day, told me he was going away for a few weeks, and asked if I get his mail, honestly, it was a relief. I can't explain the peace of mind I had knowing that I didn't have to brace myself for any of his stupidity for a while. I was always afraid of his stunts would wind up bleeding over into my life. Things were pretty normal for the first couple of days. He received a few bills, a bit of spam, and what I could only assume was a birthday card. Then one evening, I got home and found a cardboard box waiting on the front porch. In big red letters was written, "Return to Sender." I'm no small fry, but I admit that I had trouble lifting the box on my own. It was really freaking heavy. Lugging it across the road to my house was even harder, and I quickly realized there was no way of I was going to drag it up the stairs and through my front door. I decided to leave the package in my garage. It wasn't like I kept my car in there. The garage door was a piece of shit that I refused to open without a good tug and a whack. It was less trouble just leaving the car in the driveway than it was to fight with the garage door every morning and night. In hindsight, I should have set the package down while I struggled to open the tricky door, but you know how it is when you've got a good grip on something. No point in setting it down if you don't have to. It was as I kicked the door for the third time that I lost my grip on the package and it fell to the ground. I heard a light crack inside. Shit, my first. I hoped I hadn't broken anything important, but figured I just wouldn't tell my neighbor about it, let him assume the broke happened en route. Hands-free, I managed to get the garage door unstuck, and boy did it screech in the process as I rolled it up and over to me. I dragged the box the rest of the way, setting it in the corner for whenever my neighbor would come back to claim it. And then I forgot all about it. Until a few days passed, that is. I'm not sure exactly how long it took for the smell to waft in from the crack under the garage door of the house, but it came in slow progression. It was a sickly, sweet odor, similar to a skunk. And for the first few days after I smelled it, I genuinely assumed that's what it was. Roadkill that has left its mark on my house. It was only when I realized the scent was growing more intense of fading that I went looking for the source. And that's when I opened the garage door, and the odor knocked me back. I had to hold my nose. The culprit wasn't hard to identify. The only change in my garage was the box on the corner. I remember thinking it must have been one of those meat of the month subscription boxes. The meat must have gone rancid from being left out in the fridge for so long. How much meat could have been there for a box to have been so large and heavy? An entire freaking cow? I covered my nose as I approached the box, a pair of scissors in hand. I probably wouldn't have needed them to open it as I had become soggy enough at the bottom to poke through with a finger, but I wasn't about to poke my finger into spoiled meat juices. That soggy bottom was the reason I had to open the box in the first place. If I tried to drag it out whole, everything would spill onto the floor. I was going to have to dump the pieces of meat one garbage bag at a time and take them down to the dumpster, a process that I was not looking forward to. My scissors tore through the tape along the top of the cardboard box. I thought the smell couldn't get any worse, but as I flipped the flaps open, I discovered a whole new gamut of stink. It was like opening a burning oven, but instead of heat wave, I was met with waves of piss, sweat, shit, and putrefaction. It was so bad that I staggered back and had to force down the puke begging to guzzle out of me. I don't think I could have handled that scent mingling with the horrors coming out of the box. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran out the door for a fresher breath air, but in that short time I'd spent in the garage, the smell had become so ingrained in the fabric of my clothes that it clung to me like a shadow. Nothing I tried to keep the smell out of my nostrils. Not air fresheners, not a face mask, not 3 showers and a change of clothes. Every second that box lay open in my garage was another second the smell was allowed a foothold in my home. I had to bite the bullet. I returned to the garage, the flaps of the box still open as though inviting me to look. I was prepared, a clothespin, pinning my nostrils shut, a garbage bag in one hand, the strongest cleaner I could find in the other, and long rubber gloves to keep my skin from having to touch what was inside. But, as it turns out, I needed none of those things. I wouldn't have to touch or clean the contents of that box. I would only have to suffer the nightmares every night, you see. There was no meat in that box. It didn't come from a cow. Or there was meat in that box, but it didn't come from a cow or a pig. No, it was way worse than that. It was my neighbor. Dead. Still. In one piece. But dead. I called the cops and naturally, they took me in for interrogation. Welcome, Avalon. Welcome. Thank you. Called the cops and naturally, they took me in for interrogation. God, we found the one piece. It's kind of hard not to suspect the man with the corpse in his garage, after all. Thankfully, they soon realized I wasn't involved. My DNA might have been all over that box, the smell might have left a mark through my house, but there was one piece of irrefutable evidence in my neighbor's own hands that proved my innocence. A vlogging camera. They showed me the footage only once. I'm not sure if they were allowed to or if they felt bad for me, so they figured it couldn't hurt. Either way, I saw it. My neighbor was sitting in the box outside of a shipping facility, laughing as he told the world how he was going to mail himself across state lines. He brought pee bottles, food, a pillow, and a few flashlights. His friend, a guy I'd seen at the place several times to help with his stunts, closed the lid and presumably dropped him off for shipment. Throughout the next couple of hours or days, I'm honestly not sure, my neighbor recorded a few short clips about his progress. I think I'm in a truck now. I can feel it moving. It must be in a warehouse. Pretty warm here. Still got plenty of food. That kind of stuff. Then, on the last entry, the box toppled over. He broke his neck. And that was it. The camera recorded until either the memory card got too full or the battery died. There's one thing I didn't tell the police after they showed me the video. One thing I heard in the footage that will haunt me till the day I die. Just after the tumble that broke his neck, I heard the familiar screeching sound of my garage door. Yo, that's fucking rough, buddy. Epic prank. Imagine breaking your neck. It couldn't be me. Honestly, I just wouldn't. Neck diff. Yeah. Skill issue. Chat, clip that. Chat, clip that guy breaking his neck. The thing about that one that works is that it feels like it happened. Oh, absolutely. That's the one that really, that's why I kind of like, I think about that one on occasion because like, it so very easily could be. I could see somebody trying to mail themselves and I could see them making it there. And the thing that kills you is somebody dropping the box. And now the dude has to live with knowing that he was the one that killed the neighbor, even though he didn't know. He had no way to know. Epic prank. Crazy. Yeah. It's just a prank, man. I'm looking to see if there's any other ones that I wanted to read. I don't know if there is. Prank horror. r/bald. There was one that I liked that, like, it's not a scary story. It's just kind of like, yeah, he dropped the box. So when he was opening his garage door, he dropped the box and heard a crack. And that was when the guy died. And then he opened up the garage door completely and then tucked him away in the garage, yeah. Wife snitcher. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. the delayed reaction. Let me see if... Series. I don't want a series. Love Medkit. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. I'm trying to find... Hmm. Well, are there going kind of my normal porn for normal people? Normal porn for normal people. Let's watch porn, guys. Let me look this one up. Hmm. Trying to find it. Normal porn for normal people. Epic rap battles of creepypasta. Chat, what? I'm not seeing it. Most of these are readings of it. Thank you. Thank you. Coming in clutch with the links. I don't know why I'm not seeing any of these links. I'm just seeing people reading it. Let me see. Is this one, like, safe to read on stream? I believe so. I'm seeing some stuff here that I'm kind of like, I'm kind of skimming it. I'm like, maybe not this one. Maybe not this one. I'm gonna go ahead and say no on this one. Some of the stuff here, I'm kind of like, I don't really want to. Hi, inglés solo, por favor. No hablo español mucho. Hi, Daiko, hi. Hi, Daiko, hi. Hi, Daiko, hi. We're reading scary stories. Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. The one that I want to read one day is I want to finish the left-right game. I got like 7 parts in. It's a really, really fucking long series. I'd have to reread it though. Am I supposed to be intimidating? Nothing about me is intimidating. So no. You just should be intimidated regardless though, because I'm actually the scariest man known to, like, ever. Ever. I'm so scary. Yeah. Hello, boy kisser. Welcome, welcome. What about my big scythe? It's big and scary. It's very, very scary. There was a couple of these. I'm trying to remember which one it was that I liked. I found one about the Grim Reaper. Yeah. I'm kind of like, hey, how very topical, right? Hee topical. I want to make sure that it's good. Seems like a lot of comments are clowning on it. Come on, I will find something good. I just want one more. One more. Let's see. Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. My friend and I made ghost pornography for fun. It's not funny anymore. What a title. Ooh. This one is so fucking long. Holy shit. That's fine. I will read this one. Because it won an award in 2022. So, cool. No, you're fine. You're fine. This one won an award. I've never read it before. Thumbs up. You didn't notice the scythe? I mean, yeah, it's kind of up there. Like, it's a little hard to see it. But I have it. It's big. You can touch it. But I'll have to take your soul. So, like, if you're willing to do that, then, like, you're willing to give me your soul, then you can touch it. But you have to give me your soul afterwards. Like, that's not negotiable. That's not negotiable. So, just a heads up. Okay. This one is called, I found the bunker of a prepper family who went missing 3 years ago. Dr. Daniel Vance was a smart man. Too smart for his own good, maybe. 40 years old, a lecturer in fluid dynamics with a mind made of shapes and numbers. No one knows why, but one day, on a whim, he crunched the numbers on the apocalypse and came to a troubling conclusion. He didn't exactly share what it was he deduced, but given that he immediately quit his job and liquidated many of his assets, it's fair to say it wasn't positive. Swept up in the wake of this tremendous upheaval was his wife, a 24-year-old PhD student who had grown infatuated with Daniel some time before. She loved the strange bear of a man who could just as easily build a log cabin as he could explain, I just zoomed in on accident, oops, the idiosyncrasies of an asteroid's orbit. Speaking to Daniel always left you with profound impression he was right. So when he told her he wanted to, she agreed. Or when he told her what he wanted to do, she agreed. 15 years and 5 children later, the Vances were living in the distant woods just beyond my hometown. They were enigmatic, richer than the Pope, and extremely serious about their prepper lifestyle. But they were also fun, easygoing, and incredibly compelling to speak to. Larger-than-life survivalists who swept into town with bizarre requests that thrilled local businesses. Vast quantities of cement, iron, lead, and steel were all shipped through the remote mountains so that the Vances could build their little shelter. The advanced methods they used to keep it secret were legendary. Daniel had once spent 6 months earning the license necessary to drive HGVs up to the compound so that no one would ever lay eyes on it. And on one occasion, when a company had refused his request for GPS tracker-free vehicles, he bought them out wholesale so they had no choice. So when they stopped appearing in town during the pandemic, when requests for food and goods stopped and all contact was dropped, most attributed it to a lockdown. They had a bunker and had spent their entire lives trained to be self-sufficient in the face of civilization's collapse. Even Alexander, the youngest at just 3, was already collecting firewood as a chore and learning what local plants were edible. Most of us just assumed that if anyone could ride out COVID without breaking a sweat, it would be the Vances. The reality turned to be something else. When the worst came to light, we discovered that Daniel had used the pandemic as an excuse for a dry run. The family intended to spend 6 months in lockdown and essentially beta test their fallout bunker. 3 months in, and the sheriff received a distress call on the radio. Coordinates were provided by the hushed voice of a sobbing child that most would assume was Alexander, even though that's never been proven. The police arrived, and the bunker was still sealed. It took hours for emergency responders to cut into the doors while all efforts were made to contact the family, but with no avail. Once inside, the police were left dumbfounded. There was no one to be rescued. No bodies, no survivors. There was evidence the door's locking mechanism had failed and trapped the Vances inside with no way out. But if so, where had they gone? Beds and cots lay everywhere with molding yellow sheets, buckets close to hands Close to hand with stains all around them. Some doors were barred, others smashed to pieces. There was even evidence of makeshift quarantines and, in some places, what looked like violence. The police, usually a fantastic source of gossip, were not forthcoming with the town when the town demanded answers, and the sheriff was forced to only offer the barest of outlines. An outbreak of a waterborne illness had struck the Vances down not long after they were locked inside and unable to seek help. Rumors of a contagion were overstated, fueled by the unrelated rise of COVID. Whatever contaminant had killed the Vances was non-organic in nature. No need to panic. The Vances' loved ones had been notified the bunker was going to be demolished, and we could all put this terrible tragedy behind us. Welcome, welcome, Brigatoni. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Of course, we still had questions, 1,000 of them. Why hadn't the family called for help? They had radios, computers, smartphones. They were survivalists, not Amish. And where were they? What had happened to their bodies? Why hadn't they simply left? We shouted these and more at the town meeting, but the police simply refused to comment. For most of us, the excitement lasted another week or so, until we realized we weren't getting any answers anytime soon. Besides, the pandemic was in full swing and most of us had other things to worry about. The tragic story eventually faded until it was just one of those awful things in the town's history that we don't talk about. I was as guilty as anyone else of forgetting about it. I certainly never expected to find the bunker out there in the woods. Faded police tape still out in the open door that swung wide open with scorch marks around the lock. It stood out in the woods like someone had cut a hole right in the fabric of reality. The darkness so deep and black it almost ached to look at. The sight of it made my heart drop into my stomach. It radiated pain. Does that make sense? I think some part of my lizard brain picked out details that wouldn't become apparent to me until I got closer, like the bloody finger streaks that stained the handle from where someone had scrabbled fiercely at the lock without any success, and the tiny viewing window that had been smashed with a hammer that still lay nearby. I needed only to glimpse it to imagine the family taking turns there, standing and screaming out in the woods, desperate for rescue. Under any other circumstances, I would have run. But I'd gone there looking for my dog, and my light revealed with a few wet paw prints making their way to the dusty concrete tunnel. Half Bernese, half collie, Ripley is a sort of dog who trembles in my arms when a storm buffets the windows and needs his paws held when we brush him. I love him. I do not have much of a family or a wife, or even many friends, but I have Ripley, and I could no more have turned around and gone home to an empty apartment where I'd have to sob my grief away than I could flap my arms and fly. He was my dog. I raised him since he was a puppy. I wasn't going to leave the woods without him. But I went in after him. I didn't know what to expect, but I knew it wouldn't be good. Whatever the police had found, not only had they kept most of the morbid details to themselves, but they had also lied. The bunker was not demolished or even sealed off. In fact, looking at the occasional blue latex gloves tossed aside, and one or two broken police issue flashlights, it seemed like the last people inside had been in a hurry to get out. Given that this is where 7 people had presumably died, I assumed it was someone's job to clean it all up. But the corridor looked largely untouched. Just a few meters in, and manic writing started to cover the walls, the desperate scrawls of a lone survivor left there to be rediscovered like cave paintings. Most were deliberations on how to get out. Diagrams, blueprints, equations, and formula. All focused on the door and the circuits responsible for its faulty lock. I instinctively assumed they belonged to Daniel and that he'd been the last to die. But what a god-awful fate for a man to outlive his children. And yet, it got worse. Slowly, the writing changed from equations to plans of desperate scrawl. The same few phrases repeated over and over. 5 doors, 5, not 6, 6, didn't make it, 6 doors, 6. It seemed like the kind of thing you'd find in an asylum, a psychotic rambling punctuated by only 6 paragraphs right at the end. Each letter was impeccably neat, and each small paragraph was topped with a beautifully drawn Christian cross. 6, me. Elliot Vance, age 15, a gifted guitarist. He liked boys even though he thought I did not know. I loved him with everything I had. He would have made a great man. Alicia Vance, aged 14. She liked to paint and to shoot. She had her mother's mean streak. It would have served her well in the future. Elliot Vance, age 8. The smartest of us all. These were Daniel's memorials to his family, and seeing the words lit up on my torch was a haunting insight to the overwhelming despair he'd endured. He must have realized he wouldn't get the chance to speak at his family's funerals or write their obituaries. This was his last desperate way of making sure the world might one day know them as he did, as real people. The words marked the end of the tunnel, standing adjacent to a trapdoor in the ground. It was not open, but the tunnel came to a dead end immediately afterwards, and Ripley's prints disappeared at the hatch. I feared he might be in danger, but as I still stopped and looked at the bunker door 20 meters behind me, the once gloomy forest looked so bright even on this cloudy day, the air dotted with rain. Part of me felt like I was leaving a whole world behind as I began to climb the ladder down. I entered a large circular living space that was packed with furniture and little nooks and crannies. The walls were covered with folding beds and tables, and every inch was multifunctional. A dining space could become a sitting space, in which turn might be where someone slept or even exercised. It all depended on what particular bit of furniture you unfolded or unclipped or unfurled. 7 people in close quarters, nowhere near enough privacy, but it made sense they went with this cluttered, overlapping use of space. But it was still a large room, bigger than most studio apartments, and there were a few corridors that led deeper into the earth, telling me this bunker had unseen depths. I looked for some sign of my dog and soon found his trail, but this far from the rainy copse, Ripley's prints were starting to fade. After barely a few meters, they petered out vaguely in the direction of a nearby door. I wanted to follow, but I stopped myself from rushing forward. It was unlikely Ripley was getting out any other way, and I'd do us no good getting myself hurt. I decided to take a look around and quickly spotted a dinner table. How the dog would down a ladder? Carefully. One of my old cats can climb a ladder. It was very fun to watch. If I needed proof the police had not bothered with a cleanup, this was it. The plates were still out. The food rotted to a strange blackened husk. A child's hat lay across one place setting. The once creamy fleece turned to a sickly green and yellow. The chairs had their backs reinforced with wooden beams fitted with long grooves so that something the width of a nail could slide into them. And on each of the cushions were foul-smelling stains that oddly looked like an ass print. I touched one with a gloved hand and the material cracked audibly. Whatever it was, similar stains were on the cutlery and plates. There were even handprints of it placed firmly on the tablecloth. At first I thought it was blood, but that wasn't quite right. It was too contained to be from leaking blood. On the back of one of the chairs, a stain tapered exactly where a woman's waist would be, like a near-perfect silhouette. I shivered as I remembered that Miranda Vance had always been a slim woman and wondered how she left her imprint on the gray fabric. Using my torch, I saw that these stains repeated in the oddest of places. Yes, there were some on beds and blankets and even patches of floor, exactly like you might expect in a room full of sick people. But why did one stain on the floor bear such a strong resemblance to a child huddled over in the fetal position? And why was the same stuff all over the TV remote and on the books and shelves and board games too? Everything from sofa cushions to DVD boxes to piles of dirty laundry were covered with the same brownish material that gave off a foul coppery miasma. I found the jigsaw particularly baffling. Someone had set up another table with 4 chairs, all modified with the same back support as those by the dinner table, and a jigsaw had been laid out with 4 separate piles, but only one was depleted. The rest looked largely untouched, like someone had portioned out pieces for 3 other people who had absolutely no interest with going along with it. Maybe Daniel had tried to keep up the morale while the family was sick? God help me, if that were true, I couldn't even help but imagine the poor man sat there with his loved ones close to death, desperately trying to encourage them to click together their own pieces of a puzzle in place while they faded in and out of consciousness. Something about that room emanated madness, and the longer I stayed down there flicking the bright disc of the light of my torch from one detail to another, the more I wanted to leave. One door had wooden beams nailed across it, one sofa had been partly disassembled, multiple beds had been burned, and all the light bulbs had been removed and put in a box at the kitchen countertop. Looking up at the ceiling, I finally had some insight into why the police were so confident the Vances had not survived despite never finding their bodies. Someone had jammed a human finger into one of the empty sockets, almost like they'd expected it to glow with the flick of a switch. What was it about this place that had caused the police to leave and never return? Not even to take that finger and test it for signs of illness, or just to confirm who it belonged to. I decided... I know it's probably supposed to be a flashlight, but I'm picturing a medieval torch. Yeah, this was written by probably a British person. Hello, Takami. Welcome, welcome. I decided it was time to hurry up and find my dog. People had died in that place, and while I'm not superstitious, I can't be the only skeptic who has gone into the calculations in his head and realized it costs nothing to be respectful of ghosts. The bunker was cramped, terrifying, and the air stank so bad I started to worry I'd get sick myself. It served no one any good to linger. But I'd be damned if I just walk away and leave Ripley down to rot there. It's like not like he could climb a ladder and get on his own. I wasn't even entirely sure on how he'd gotten down there in the first place. Summoning what little bravery I had left, I called out and broke the silence, something which felt like a terrible taboo in that god-awful place. Hi, Carly. Hello. Like screaming in a graveyard. Ripley! I waited and hoped to hell I'd hear the pitter-patter of his paws, but for the longest of moments there was only the kind of silence that makes you wonder if someone or something of the darkness is holding its breath, trying to look like just another patch of nothing, biding its time until you finally turn around and show your back. The TV came on with a blurt of white noise that was so loud and so sudden I cried, threw up my arms, and nearly fell back onto the rolled-out sleeping bag that looked like it had spent a week by the sewer. By the time I realized what had caused the noise, I could already hear a tinny rendition of Daniel Vance's voice. I realized the issue here. I need to emphasize just how little I understand anything that's... I frowned at the screen as I approached. It showed a greenish infrared view of the bunker with Daniel up front and the dinner table behind him. It was grainy and hard to see, but I could clearly tell that his family were sitting in those chairs. My pronouns are he, him. Miranda was first to fall ill. Looking back, it makes perfect sense. Miranda often went into storage to fetch food for cooking, and we found it behind one of the refrigerators. So that's... Oh, shit. I'm gooning right now. What are you up to tonight? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. One of the figures in the background slumped onto the table with a loud clank and sent a plate spinning off the ground. Shit, 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 Daniel muttered as he got up and grabbed the woman by the shoulders and set her upright. Miranda never did like my cooking. He snorted a laugh as he fussed with something over the back of the chair. The rods are much better than tape. All those hours spent taping them upright to the chairs never worked. The rods, they fit right into the spine, and with a little modification, I can just slot them into the chairs. That way everyone is able to join for dinner. I'm working on something similar for family game night. Daniel wandered over to the camera, and with a grin he lifted it up from the tripod and scanned the dinner table. What I saw nearly made me drop my torch. His family were long dead. Gaunt faces, missing noses, lips that had receded to reveal awful grins. These were corpses, plain as day, even when viewed through such low-resolution image. The only thing that made them seem remotely alive was the way their eyes still reflected the infrared back so they glowed in the dark. And yet, Daniel seemed oblivious to it all. He tousled Elliot's hair, kissed his wife on the cheek, ran a hand along the young girl's shoulder. He even picked up young Alexander from his high chair and I assume coddled him. I don't know for sure because I looked away, unwilling to see the poor boy up close. Eyes averted from the screen, I couldn't help but pan my torch across the same dinner table and shiver as I finally realized what all those stains were. Not quite blood, but close. Liquefying flesh. Left alone for months. Daniel had not put his family's bodies to rest. Instead, he had moved them around from place to place and puppeted them, living life as if nothing had really changed. Looking back where those stains had settled, I saw a clear pattern emerged. He had put them to bed. He had set them to dinner. He had propped them up to watch TV or give them their favorite books. He even sat there as lifeless husks while Daniel waited for them to complete a fucking jigsaw. This idea horrified me to my core. Back to work. It's obviously not part of the original designs. No room on the other side, not on the blueprints. Elliot didn't believe me, and why would he? I made every inch of this place, but I did not install that door in storage in the bottom level. I took the cameras, and some of the photos I took during the building, and the wall is just blank. But the door is there now, and it must lead somewhere. I don't know when or why it opens, but it does, and next time I'll be ready, because I have to know what's on the other side, and why it did this to us. Alone down here, often all asleep at once. Anything could have slit our throats and been done with it, but it didn't. It took its time, and I have to know why. It took our radios and computers and phones, one by one, none of us noticing until it was far too late. I kept telling the kids they needed to take better care of their things, and even as they complained, I just assumed the phones were lying on some shelf. Where else could they go in a locked bunker? But it wasn't the children at all. Looking back, there were so many signs. Who kept taking away the lights? Who kept draining the batteries in our torches? How long did we live with it before they finally realized we weren't alone? That scared me. Was it here every step of the way? A door out of nothing that leads nowhere, at least most of the time, because I know for a fact it does not always open into a blank wall. There is something behind it. I can hear it shuffling around in there. Wet breath rattling in its lungs, a horrible, horrible sound I hear roaming these halls when it thinks I'm asleep. I listened to Daniel, fascinated by this strangely compelling rant whenever movement caught my eye. An infrared camera running in the dark, its image a roiling mess of ununiform noise. What was it I'd seen? I'd paused the tape and rewound, squinting. I saw 2 pinpricks in the light, in the darkness, just over Daniel's shoulder. Slowly, the image resolved itself in my mind. What I was seeing, I knew what I was seeing, and it turned my blood to ice. Miranda Vance had turned her head, and her lifeless eyes glowed as she fixed them on the back of Daniel's head. Not at any given point leaving the stage. No, I'm no doctor, but that door is giving off enough radiation to, well, to kill a family of 7. If none of us had touched it, being in the same room is risky, but not lethal. But given how sick we'd become, it'd be pretty obvious out of our curiosity got the better of us, and one by one we all got too close. Or maybe not. Maybe that thing on the other side came through and did this. I don't even... Wait, what was that? Daniel turned and the camera stopped recording. The image it froze on was of a lone man, bright as a star in the camera's lens, facing off against an unknowable darkness broken by only 6 pairs of white, glowing eyes. Hello, Smilary, hello. I became painfully aware of my position relative to the table, and I had the painful premonition that if I turned, those chairs would not be empty. I would see the Vances, all of them, Daniel as well, waiting for me, heads turned, bodies left to rot for years in the dark. Behind me, something shifted. It breathed. Loud. Quick. I knew what it was. I knew. It came at me so fast when I felt something hot and wet touch my hand. I screamed only for the presence to suddenly recoil, but then without hesitation it leapt at me and bore me to the ground. I wept as Ripley licked my face. How dare you? I wept as Ripley licked my face. He was shivering and worst of all silent, which was not normal. He was not a quiet dog, not even when greeting me and not when excited as he was now. But whatever he'd seen down there, he clung to me and dug his paws into my shoulder like he wanted to be cradled over the shoulder, but something he had been too big to do for years. Oh, you fucking idiot. I cooed in a soft whisper, and even in the dark, I could feel his tail wagging. Joking aside, I felt nothing but relief at finding him. Let's get the hell out of here. I picked him up, straining a little under his weight, but refusing to give in to tired muscles, and made for the ladder. It wasn't easy climbing the 3 to 4 rungs to the hatch, but I managed and gave the hatch a shove. First one hand, then 2. Again and again with everything I had, but the hatch refused to budge. I'm death. Wahaha. Shit! I cried while pounding at it with my fist, but all I achieved was a sore wrist. The hatch had jammed when somehow the handle had been snapped clean off. Now I would need a pair of pliers or something to cut through the metal bar locking it shut. My fingers couldn't move it, nor could I brute force the hatch open. The metal bar was an inch thick, and at the very least I need some tools to get at it from this side. At least it's fixable, I thought as I climbed back down and caught my breath. On one wall I noticed a simple diagram of the bunker made in chalk. It had 3 floors. The bottom was storage. Daniel had mentioned that before, and I noticed that he had drawn through it with a large red X. At the top floor was labeled quarters, where I stood now. But the middle door was labeled workshops, and it was there I realized that I'd find what I needed. There was one door that opened to a concrete stairwell, and staying at the top, I shone my light down the spiraling guardrails, unsure what I hoped to see. There was only harsh shadows and the sense of something foul arising in the air, a smell that tickled my throat and burned a little in my lungs. Had the police even gone down this far? I'm glad, Takami, I'm glad. Had they seen what I'd seen on TV and just left? Somehow I thought it was unlikely that unlikely that had been enough to send the entire sheriff's department running, so it was something else that had been done. There was something else that had done it. Bleh. Let me take a drink. Something that had been enough to terrify dozens of armed men. Something that was almost definitely down there. The door. I went down quietly. At first I considered leaving Ripley behind, but after losing him the first time, I decided I'd rather risk it just to know he was right next to me. Besides, he was being quieter than I was, and I didn't feel much like going down those stairs on my own. He accompanied me with only the quiet click-clack of his paws on concrete. A sound I found deeply comforting as I barely managed to keep my torch from shaking in my hand and my breath steady. Down one floor, and I found the workshop exactly as you might expect. A large space filled with generators and fuels and water tanks and boilers and heaters and pretty much anything and everything that you need to survive, but which you couldn't put outside due to a fallout. Wires, pipes, and tubes ran from one end of the room to the other, and even years later, most of the machinery still hummed in the pitch-black emptiness, an idea I found deeply unsettling. Taking one look at the strange tangle of harsh shapes and industrial figures looming out of the walls, I shivered and looked around, quickly finding a small area Daniel had cordoned off for his own use. About a total fifth of the floor space. There was a large workbench with some seriously high-end machining equipment, all very well used. Lathes, buzzsaws, drills, belt sanders, welding torches, everything a man needed to do it himself. And Daniel had been busy. I'm not exactly sure what he'd been working, but there was an arm on the bench. It sat atop a pile of papers that had slowly turned brown over the years until the whole thing looked like it had been soaked with a tobacco spit. On the whiteboard was faded but still visible diagram of what looked to me like a ball and joint socket. I thought of the tape and Daniel's little mechanism to keep his family upright, and then looked at the arm and suppressed a momentary gag reflex. I don't know if Dan had been working on posable limbs or just a way to put decomposing remains back together after they started to fall apart, but the arm size suggested a preteen, and he left it out on the surface like it was a disassembled clock. He was also missing a finger. Just how fucking crazy was he? I wondered as I pinched my nose with one hand and began overturning boxes looking for a hefty pair of pliers or maybe a hacksaw. Ripley backed away from the noise, but once I made sure he wasn't going anywhere, I carried on grabbing and pulling at box after box, hoping I'd find what I was looking for. Anything to break that fucking metal bar. In the end, I managed to find a pair of bolt cutters, a crowbar, and a heavy-duty pair of pliers. One went in my pocket, one went down the back of my jeans, and the other clutched in my fists, too large to be tucked away into my clothes. The bolt cutters felt heavy in my hands, which was a bit of discomfort, but that feeling didn't last long. Something moved in the darkness. I'm glad you're enjoying. Have a good night, Smilary. Something moved in the darkness, out there in the twisted jungle of shadows cast by all those pipes and wires that ran from one machine to the next. A figure moved, thin, but unmistakably human in its outline. I couldn't help but remember what I'd seen in that tape. Surely it couldn't have been real. Maybe Daniel had rigged something up. Some fishing wire and a motor, maybe? The idea of those bodies had been moving on their own. I couldn't be sure of that, could I? It was a frightening idea, one my mind had latched onto out of sheer panic. That was all. And then I saw them. A pair of white pinpricks reflecting back at me from the depths of that cluttered room. Ripley, already behind me, head nuzzled into my leg, pushed even closer against me, and let out a very audible whine under its breath. Just the behavior of a dog who was terrified, close to pissing himself with fear. Yeah, doggo, hi. We're reading some scary stories. This one's about a guy whose family was in a bunker and died, and he was... it's hard to explain. But basically there was a bunker, and a family who went into it. They all died due to a door that was never part of the original schematics, and after they died, he kind of rigged them up and yeah. My femboy. Yes. Yes. Okay. Who put this door here? I don't know. We're still looking. We're still figuring it out. Basically, he's in this bunker. Your femboy arc. What do you mean arc? What do you mean arc? It's been this way for years. I'm confused. Yes. The answer is yes. Hello, Monarch. Welcome. So yeah, we're in a bunker, and this guy was looking for his dog. And okay, I'm a femboy too. I mean, I would assume it's okay. I don't. Okay.
What the dog doing?
But yeah, so we're trying to get out of this bunker that we're stuck into. That this guy like was weirdly taking apart his family after they died to keep them like alive, kind of. Okay. Just a bit of metal, I told myself as the light shook so violently in my hand I struggled to see straight. Just two shiny bits of metal. They blinked and began to come towards me. If I had any doubts left, they were dispersed by the sight of a pale white hand emerging into the light. I ran straight to the stairs and went to climb them, but only 1 or 2 steps in and I saw something gripping the handrail at the top floor. A moldy clump of flesh, just only recognizable as a fist. The flesh withered until the fingers were basically bone. Without meaning to, I brought my light up out of habit and saw the bloated face of a hairless corpse glaring at me. I couldn't even tell you if it had been a teenage girl or the 60-year-old Daniel. Either way, I instinctively turned and found another body shambling towards me out of the workshop. I was trapped. Nowhere to go. By the feel of the warm fluid on the back of the leg, I could tell Ripley had finally pissed himself. An adult dog, tail between his legs like a puppy, and desperate to be picked up. God, I needed him to stay together a little longer. I couldn't take him in his arms, but I couldn't leave him behind either. With nowhere to go, I ran down and entered storage. There was a temptation to stop once I hit the bottom. Down here, the air was thicker, and the sounds of my breathing were muted, somehow distant. But I only had to look back to see 3 pairs of eyes glowing down at me. So without giving it any much further thought, I barreled down the corridor and stumbled into a door at random. Opening it, I saw what looked like your standard storage room, only most of the shelves had been overturned and the food left to rot on the floor. 1 or 2 shelving units were still upright, though. Their shelves were covered in tall, opaque patterns that had made them a fantastic hiding spot. That, I decided, would be where I crouched and turned off my light. I was already inside when I realized that wasn't all that was in there. The door almost looked normal. No, I don't think they're robots, maybe. I don't know, quite sure yet. Door almost looked normal. I could see why Daniel must have been confused by it because it looked like a little bit like all the other doors down here, but it was different too. Have a good night. It was too tall and too wide and about 1.5 feet off the ground. The metal rusted in its entirety like it had aged out of sync with everything else down there. All around the jam was a profusion of sopping wet moss that you would find hanging off trees in the swamp. Every few seconds the door would leak something strange and oily, like the kind of thing you'd find in a parking lot on a rainy day. Of course, it wasn't too strange in itself, but the leak was horizontal, defying gravity, so that every few seconds a glob of the dark stuff would whip across the room and slap into the wall opposite, creating a puddle the size of a man defied all reason. Remembering Daniel's words about radiation, I instinctively inched away from this puddle and the door on the opposite wall, backing myself into it, the darkest, quietest corner. While I could, while I pulled Ripley behind me and hoped to hell he wouldn't give me away. Once I was in there, I turned my light off and waited. I must have taken longer than I thought to hide. Sorry, I'm like getting tongue twisted. I must have taken longer than I thought to hide, because it was barely 2 seconds later when the few figures entered the room. It was pitch black and I turned off my torch, but they made enough noise to let me know that at least 2 of them had stumbled in after me. I stayed there, unable to see anything, not sure if they were heading straight for me or just getting ready to leave. Forced to hold out, I let my luck decide my fate. When I finally heard something scrape the wall, barely 2 feet from where I stood, I gave up and switched my light on, desperate to know where it was coming from. The sound had been terribly misleading. Daniel Vance was no more than 6 inches from my face. "Get out," he hissed from a toothless and cracked mouth. A living corpse, just like the others, somehow a flash of intelligence remained in those wide, terrified eyes. And then I heard it, the creaking of a door. Without even thinking, I turned the light and saw on the wall. I saw it open, and behind the strange steel, there was more than just plain old concrete. Much more. I saw a raging gullet of flesh, a ring tube of pulsing muscle lined with teeth the size of hands, and a spiraling descent into madness. Hot, fetid air washed the room, buffeting me with the rotting corpses, all of us paralyzed by what we were seeing, even if for most of the figures, besides Daniel and myself, they didn't have eyes to begin with. "What the fuck?" I muttered, unable to take my eyes from the flesh tube beyond that doorway. "It's coming," Daniel whispered as he grabbed me with one fist and hurled me out of the room. I hit the floor and skidded along the slick fluid left by Vance's footprints, the smell of which turned my stomach. Perhaps the worst detail was that it was cold. I don't know why, I just expected whatever oozed out of them to be feverishly hot. But it wasn't. It was freezing. It soaked my shirt like I'd fallen into a muddy puddle. "It's coming." The voice wasn't Daniel's. I couldn't say for sure, but it sounded like a child's whisper. One by one, the body shuffled over to the open door and knelt before it. I don't know why, but I got the impression the others had lost pretty much everything left of their minds, but Daniel remained aware. He looked back at me once more and spoke before he pressed his head to the floor in a supplication with the others. The only thing we did wrong was being here for it to torture. It didn't need a reason, just an opportunity. Leave. It won't let us go. It won't let us die. And if it catches you, it won't let you go either. His forehead kissed the dirt. Then something reached the door and gripped his head in its palm, the way you or I might pick up an apple. In full panic, I ran over and grabbed my dog and the bolt cutters and ran like my legs were piston machines. whose signals of exhaustion and fatigue would not slow me down or cause me to fall. I had to move. I had to leave. The hand that had grabbed Daniel, the sight of it flushed my mind clean like some kind of enema. It hurt to see the image replay in my mind, but there was nothing else in my head echoing except the sight of fingers with one too many knuckles and nails as large as a phone. I reached the top floor and nearly collapsed from breathlessness, but I wouldn't let myself stray for too long. I crawled over to the ladder and climbed up and immediately went to work trying to cut the metal lock. It was hell, with one hand, the other clinging to the torch that I had frantically pointed at the door behind me. It wasn't long before I fumbled one too many times and dropped my only source of light. No. But there was no time for it. I had to get out, and I had to get out fast. I couldn't see. I was sure I could hear something coming up the stairs. Not a steady thump or human feet. No, this was different. Yeah, as big as a phone. Like your smartphone. No, this was different. There was a rapid pitter-patter of a spider, maybe. Something with hundreds of feet or hands or God knows what skittering across the floor and walls and ceiling, pulling myself along with a body whose mere shape would offend God. Using all my strength, I leaned hard on the bolt cutters, and at last the bolt gave. I threw the hatch open and got just enough ambient light to see Ripley hovering over the bottom of the ladder, growling ineffectually at the doorway. I crouched down, scooped him up, and fled up the ladder so quickly that my muscles turned to jelly at the top, and I fell over on my hands and knees. But still, I was out. The long corridor covered in writing was ahead of me, at the very end of a doorway, capped by now the tired blue light of the moon. Ripley needed no encouragement. He whipped down the corridor with canine speed, and I followed at a broken and stumbling crawl, eventually shouldering past the open door and collapsing onto the forest floor. For a few seconds I drifted in and out of consciousness, but when I looked up I saw the canopy overhead moving, the branches backlit by the full moon. I snapped awake and glared down at something gripping at my ankle. The hand had reached out of the dark and seized me and was slowly dragging me back into the earth below. Whatever it was, most of its body lurked out of sight in the shadows behind the doorway. But the hand that crushed my leg was the size of my torso, with an arm that looked like it belonged to a mole rat. I struck with my own fist. I dug my nails in. I cried. I kicked. I screamed, but nothing could stop it. From behind the door, something like a face grinned and leered at me with joy. It was taking its time, sure enough, pulling at me so slowly that it gave my mind all the time in the world to appreciate the nightmare that awaited me. I think if, in that moment, you'd given me a gun, I would have shot myself because, God help me, I couldn't escape the look in Daniel's eyes. How he knelt to worship this thing, like a man who knew that hope or pride or joy or anything with even a hint of goodness to it was so far out of reach for him, it might as well be a dream. How long was this thing going to keep them down there? How long did it intend to keep me? I wept like a child, feeling like my mind was slowly cracking as I tried to stop that fucking pulling into the shadows. I kicked at the earth. I dug using my hands looking for a root or pipe or anything to hold on to, but nothing I did would slow it down. I was no more than a foot away from the doorway when Ripley reappeared. A dog afraid of hoovers and plastic bags and doors that move on their own. A dog who once stared down a particularly feisty rabbit who stopped mid-chase and turned around, baffling the predator on its tail. A dog you couldn't even watch scaries moving around. And he lunged at the arm like he was a wolf. Like he'd always been one. And while he didn't quite break the skin, the pressure was enough to make the thing's grip weaken, and I slid my leg out, unable to stand. I knelt and grabbed the dog and pulled as hard as I could, and that fucking thing bled at last as the pressure of the jaws and sliding teeth ripped into its flesh. Together at last, Ripley and I were let go and sent rolling backwards head over heels. I wasted no time waiting or looking or processing. I heaved the dog to my chest and crawled until I passed out, making it maybe half a kilometer away. Only when I could no longer see the door did I let myself fall to the ground face first and gave up consciousness. The doctor said I had pneumonia, which I suppose made some kind of sense. I might have even believed them if it were not for the sheriff's visit asking strange questions of me as I lay in bed about what I may or may not have seen. I dismissed them to the best of my ability. I wasn't interested in chasing that particular nightmare down. Sorry, snoozing the ad. Nightmare down. I wasn't interested in chasing that particular nightmare down, figuring out if it had been real or not, at least not while I lay there, half drowning in my own infection. To be fair, I had at least some sympathy for why the police had done so little to seal that place off. I have on occasion thought about going and doing the job myself. But to this day, I still have nightmares of being pulled down at the dark behind that door. Not just the bunker door, the one I narrowly avoided at the end, but the one below. What I saw was a kind of madness, I'm sure of it, and I often think of Daniel's words. It didn't need a reason, just an opportunity. The Vances were that opportunity. Maybe they built their bunker on a ley line or a weak spot between dimensions, or the site of a former satanic ritual. I'm not even sure it matters. They went into that dark thinking it'd be a safe place for them to wait out the world's trouble, but something deep down there was waiting for them, waiting for a chance to get a family of 7, to lock them in and deprive them of escape and slowly take everything from them it could. I've moved since then. I couldn't help it. It wasn't just the memories, you see. It was the shortwave radio I kept in my basement, something my father passed on to me when I was just a boy. God, I'd forgotten about it, at least until I woke up one day to the sound of it blaring white noise down in the dark. And buried in that sound was the faint whispering of a man, his voice barely recognizable, but unmistakably his. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go. Damn. I don't think Abraham would fight an eldritch horror for me, but I sure hope he would. That one was pretty good, yeah. I liked that one. Damn. Whack. Whack. Was that House of Leaves? No. House of Leaves... I need to finish reading that. But no, House of Leaves is about a guy whose house is bigger on the inside than the outside, and it's like, it starts small and it becomes a maze, and it's a long thing. This one was called I Found the Bunker of a Prepper Family Who Went Missing 3 years ago. Look, my fuck-ass little dog will rip your foot off if you try to wake me up in the morning. Abraham just barks. And then, like, he'll bark at you, and as you get closer to me, he just kind of gives up. He doesn't really, I'm moving myself. He's not exactly tough. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stories tonight. That was fun. I had a lot of fun doing that. I want to do things like that again sometime. A little hard, though. I don't always just want to, I don't know. I don't always just want to, like, read stories. It works during, you know, it works during Halloween time, so. Let's see what I have. Who do I have to raid? Let's see. What do we want? I'm kind of going through a lot of different options. Yeah, I'm glad that you were all here. Thank you so much. Y'all want to watch somebody play Clover Pit? What do y'all know about Clover Pit? I know nothing. I know it's scary gambling or something like that. Let's go raid Zobombi, who is playing Clover Pit. Are we doing any spooky games? That's a good question. I don't know. I want to play Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. I also want to okay. I have a game that I purchased years ago that I'm waiting to play because I want to play it when the movie's gonna come out. I have Iron Lung. I've been wanting to play Iron Lung, and I wanted to play it around the time the movie was gonna drop so that it's like fresh, you know? And I'm waiting for that to happen. But I have I might play some more No, I'm Not a Human just in my Discord server. I don't want to stream it again, but like I want to start getting in the habit of playing certain games, kind of just chilling in my Discord server, maybe finishing some games. So if you want to come see that, then you would join the Discord server. When is that coming out? No fucking clue. We don't have a release date yet, but like the movie's done. So yeah, Markiplier is like the person making it. Like he and like the devs are like involved, and like everyone has said it's like good. So Yeah, I haven't played Ireland because I bought it around the time. I bought it a couple Halloweens ago, and I was going to play it, and then I never did, and I was like, yeah, maybe I'll just put it off for when the movie's gonna come out. So I'm waiting still. But yeah, join the Discord. We're gonna watch some scary movies, and Twilight this month. And then, check out my YouTube. I've been updating stuff on there. Here is our raid. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you all. Have a good night. Stay fucked up and evil. Bye-bye.